Good evening from the Scottish Highlands, and welcome to part 1 of the Binge Watch compilation of the American Highlander 2025. I put this together because the channel is growing very, very quickly, much faster than is normal for a conventional YouTube channel. And you can jump in at any time, but these episodes do tell a story. It's a story of a middle-aged man leaving the United States and building a new life for himself here in the far north of Scotland. And it is a deeply personal story. I don't script out these episodes, so whatever happens, happens. And whatever is on my mind, that's what I talk about. And if you've watched it regularly, you know that emotionally it can get quite raw, because this is an immigrant's love letter to his adoptive home, to Scotland. And it's a showcase for local businesses, and I want to try to help stimulate economic activity throughout Scotland, especially here in the far north, because that's my way of giving back as an immigrant. But it's also a very, very deeply personal story. There's a lot of pain. And it took over 30 years of very hard work and living beneath my means to make this dream come true. But it did come true. And there are some very profound emotional and psychological effects that take place, which I was not prepared for, when you actually do realize something after a period of decades of working for it. So if it can inspire others, if it can help others, if it can help you watching this to follow what's in your heart, to follow your dream, if opening up about some of my struggles helps you deal with some of your own silent pain, then maybe I've done some good. So let's get started. Again, this is a binge watch compilation, so it's designed for you to enjoy one long straight shot. We'll start off with episode 1, and episode 1 is by far the shortest episode in the series. It's essentially a de facto channel trailer, and it's cut as such. I wanted it to provide a general sense of what you could expect with this channel, which is kind of interesting because I still hadn't completely figured it out. Heck, I'm still figuring it out. We're now, a couple of dozen episodes in, and I've sort of got the hang of this, but I still make it up as I go because it's all completely unscripted and it's just what's going on in my life. So I think the magic here is that a lot of people really do fantasize about building new lives in their ancestral homelands, especially throughout the Anglosphere. There are a lot of people descended from Scotland all over the world, and it is an amazing place to live. It's not easy to legally immigrate to the United Kingdom, and Scotland is one of the constituent countries therein. But if you can make it happen, it is pretty amazing. So, if the story of a geeky, fat, middle-aged guy rediscovering what it means to be alive, building a new life in a land that's half reality and half fantasy, if it appeals to you, then grab a cup of tea, put your feet up, relax, and here we go. This is episode 1 of the American Highlander. The Scottish Highlands are one of the most beautiful places on earth. Many, many people fantasize about living there. Or should I say, here. But what is it actually like, the day-to-day reality of living here in the Scottish Highlands? And further, what is it like as an American expat trying to integrate and assimilate into the local culture? Is there such a thing as wild haggis? is Iron Brew the national drink of Scotland? If you're looking for a dumb Yank to laugh at as he makes every mistake in the book, welcome to the American Highlander. Hi, I'm Jason, and this is my house. Ever since I was a kid, I've wanted to live in the UK. I might have been born in America, but my heart is in Great Britain, and particularly the Scottish Highlands. Now that I've realized my childhood dream in my mid-40s, to live in the Scottish Highlands, it's time to unpack and get this show on the road. So welcome to my 19th century cottage. Still can't believe it. Come on in, let's go. This is from Dunrobin Sawmill. So if you're familiar with Dunrobin Castle, one of the major tourism attractions up here, Dunrobin Sawmill is right nearby. And that's where you want to get your firewood down here. Roddy, who runs it, awesome dude, total character, love that guy. You should really go to Dunrobin Sawmill, give them your business, particularly since his bags of wood are 2 pounds cheaper than Tesco. All right, now, no pressure, you're just on camera. Okay, the logical place to start would be with some information about the Highlands. Scotland can be roughly divided a few different ways, but for shorthand ease of discussion, we can look at it this way. You've got the southern uplands, which border England, the central lowlands, where most of the population lives, the Grampian Mountains, which includes beautiful places like the Trossachs and the Cairngorms, and the northwestern Highlands, which is where I live. And beyond that, the major island groupings, the Inner and Outer Hebrides, Orkney, and Shetland. To give a sense of scale to the Americans watching this, all of this amazing variety is packed into an area slightly smaller than the state of Maine. Speaking of which, Maine is the northeastern corner of the lower 48 states, but look at this. It's on basically the same latitude as the south of France. Offhand, the closest American city of any significant size I can find that's on roughly the same latitude as where I'm at would be... Juneau? Wow, Juneau. So yeah, the Highlands are on par with southern Alaska. Now, given the subject material of this channel, there is a topic that we can't pretend it doesn't exist. We have to address it. I'm an immigrant and a homeowner. So let's talk about immigration here. Now, I believe, and I should preface this by stating these are my own personal beliefs. I mean, you may totally disagree with what I'm about to say. I believe, as an immigrant, I have two responsibilities. The first is purely a function of economics. I need to give more to my host country than I take, which I am. Secondly, I believe that I have a responsibility to integrate, to assimilate into the local culture, to learn the traditions, the cultural mores, to enrich myself with the heritage, which of the countries here that presently make up the United Kingdom, we're talking thousands of years of very rich, textured, layered, nuanced history. I believe in this very strongly. I've married a British woman, and I intend to spend the rest of my life learning, listening, and doing everything I can to assimilate the culture of the host country that's adopted me. And this is nothing new, I mean, when in Rome, but I think it's very important. An elephant in the room that we need to discuss is homeownership. Now, in the past, this wouldn't really have been a big deal, but today it seems like if you're under the age of, say, 40, on both sides of the pond, the dream of homeownership feels kind of like a cruel joke. And so I want to point out, this cottage that you see behind me was on the market for, I don't know, 9 or 10 months. Everyone on the planet had an opportunity to take a crack at it before I ever saw it. Now, someone might say, well, you still bought the place, so you drove up the real estate value and you're contributing to the problem, making it harder for locals to buy in their own neighborhood. Okay, maybe. I agree, it sucks. It's a problem that definitely sucks. But consider this. The family that was living here, they're Scottish natives. And they needed the proceeds from the sale of this place to go and buy a larger house for their growing family of Scottish children. So by buying this place, I helped them. And I want to point out, they still live here in the Highlands. They're just in a different town. So the money is still within the local economy. In addition to that, the sun's really getting intense. Who knew you could get a sunburn on the same latitude as southern Norway? I think it's also worth pointing out that I bought this place not with investment dividends. I bought it with money that I've been saving since I was 15 years old. I bought it through hard work. I've been working for over 30 years, living beneath my means. I haven't always been the smartest, but I've tried not to be the dumbest. And I had to pull the trigger on it before much longer, because as it stands, I'm gonna be paying this place off until my mid-60s. and I got double taxed on my money when I brought it over from the US to the UK. And the other thing that I want to point out, I'm not an absentee landlord. Sutherland is my home. That's important because you see all the headlines about buy-to-let and Airbnbs and rent-to-rent. I just heard about that one for the first time. And I get it. It's a real problem. But I am not an absentee landlord. I live here. The Scottish Highlands are my home. And my goal with this channel is to encourage these flies and midges to go bite someone else, but also I want people to see this and be inspired to raise their families here. If even one person comes here to the Scottish Highlands as a tourist and spends money in the local economy, then this channel has served its purpose. So now then, what can you expect from this channel? When you click on an episode of American Highlander, what will you see? Because it's not just enough to talk about how beautiful the Highlands are. You've got to see it. This is why I moved up here. Welcome to the far north of Scotland. Sutherland is vast, over 2,000 square miles with a population density of barely 2 people per square kilometer. If you know anything about how densely populated parts of England have become, then consider this. Sutherland has only one roundabout, only one stoplight, no dual carriageways, and is one of the few places in Britain where you can go from the North Sea, where we are now, to the Atlantic without ever crossing county lines. Many of Scotland's most well-known attractions are actually further to the south. Loch Ness, the Cairngorms, the Trossachs, Glencoe, Applecross Pass, Glenfinnan Viaduct, and so on. But take a look at this. This is Loch Brora. There's nobody here. Aside from the farm that you see way in the distance on the other shore, there's basically no evidence that human civilization has ever existed here. I guarantee you, if this were further south, it'd be crawling with people. A couple of years ago, I spent part of my honeymoon in England's Lake District. It was beautiful, but it was really just crushed with human beings. Whereas up here, in the far north of Scotland, you can have something like this completely to yourself. Jeez. How remote is it in the Scottish Highlands? Well, it depends on where you are. You can get remote real fast out here, especially in the wintertime. If you want to escape from humanity, you can do it up here pretty easily. That said, where I'm at, I'm located in that southeasterly cluster of Sutherland, so Dornoch, Golspie, Brora, that area. And you'd be surprised how many modern amenities we have. I mean, first off, if you want to get to Inverness, that's an hour away, give or take. We've got Tesco, Asda, Aldi, I mean, all the supermarkets. We don't have Waitrose here. You have to go to the Central Belt for that, but we've got pretty much everything else. The one thing that you do need is you need a car. Yes, there is public transportation up here. There's the Far North Line, but it's a bit infrequent. And bus service, again, have a car. Now, in one respect, owning a home in the Scottish Highlands is just like owning a home anywhere else. Maintenance. I've got to mow the lawn. Oh, geez, I really have to mow the lawn. I got to deal with bird poop on the deck because the birds are busy pooping underneath their nests. They've made an entire suburb of nests underneath my roof eaves. Got to take out the trash. Just a bunch of little tasks that add up if you don't stay on top of them. So, might as well get to it. thing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how it's not done. Yeah. Yeah. I am worthless. Thanks for tuning into this first episode of American Highlander. If you've got questions, or if there's specific things you want to see here in the Scottish Highlands, let me know, because I'm making this up as I go. So your feedback is probably going to help shape future episodes on this channel. One thing I can promise you with absolute certainty: living in the Scottish Highlands is every bit as good as you think it is, and in a lot of ways, even better. So whether you're watching this as a vicarious thrill, or you're contemplating one day traveling here, or even moving and living here, I hope you found this both entertaining and maybe even a little informative. So until next time, thanks for watching the American Highlander. Take care. For episode 2, an interesting little trivia tidbit is episode 2 was done before episode 1 was released. The first 2 episodes were filmed and edited back to back. And I did that because I wanted to give myself a bit of a cushion. Producing one of these episodes is effectively a full-time job. Each episode is about 40 to 45 hours of work, give or take. And so if anything ever happened, if I got sick, etc., and lost a few days, I never wanted to be in a position where I would miss a week. And that has come in handy, having that cushion, believe me. I wish I had more of a cushion sometimes. So episode 2 is a little unusual because episode 1 was such an atomic bomb. And in episode 2, we don't really react to it at all. Because it was filmed back to back. So it's almost like a continuation of episode 1. I hesitate to call it a postscript because it's not. It's a standalone episode. But the big challenge is when you roll out a big video, one that does really well, especially if it's your debut, it begs the obvious question. Now what? And I think the trap that a lot of creators, a lot of artists can fall into is the trap of second guessing and going, oh, you know, what does the algorithm want, blah, blah, blah. My North Star is and always will be, what do I feel like talking about? What's in my heart? What do I find interesting at that time? Because then it's real. Good or bad, win or lose, it's real. It's what I feel, it's what I'm thinking. So, episode 2 was filmed in summertime. And summers here in the Scottish Highlands it's like Bob Ross painting God. I'm not entirely sure how to explain it. It is like living in a painting up here in the summertime. I mean, year round, it's like living in a painting. But the colors, the vibrancy, everything alive and blooming, it is truly unbelievable. And it does get quite warm. In this video, we were filming at Lochnaver, which is just north of Altnahara in the heart of Sutherland, and it got up to 30 degrees. And I did lose a few people because I talk about the realities of climate change. And, that's fine. If you've watched subsequent episodes, you know that I'm hardly a member of Greenpeace. But I also am willing to acknowledge basic chemistry, basic science. My point is, climate bands are shifting, they always have been, and you want to prepare accordingly because rule number one of survival is adapt or die. So, ironically, the far north of Scotland is kind of a climate oasis. It's one of the few areas on the planet that arguably benefits from global warming. So, there are trade-offs to that, but I figured what better place to start than the glory of summertime. So that's really the theme of episode 2, along with talking about why I think it's important to live in a small, high-trust society. So much of the human race today is urbanized, and that's scary to me. I've spent too much of my life living in big cities. I will never do it again. Cities, as far as I'm concerned, are a cancer upon the face of the earth. And I understand the economic importance of cities, but I'm at a point in my life, and I think a lot of people get here as they age, where you just don't want to be around a lot of people. You want nature, you want peace and quiet. Protecting your peace becomes of paramount importance. And up here in Sutherland, this is, I believe, the least populated part of Europe. So it's pretty special. So let's go enjoy summertime in the far north of Scotland. This is episode 2. We are at the height of tourism season here in the far north of Scotland. And boy, is it crowded. This is why I came up here. We're living in a screensaver. Can you believe this? And it's so quiet. Every time I drive up here, I think about how peaceful it is, how calm. We spend our lives hunting blindly, rushing through our day-to-day existence, looking for some small measure of peace. I think I finally found it. Good morning. It is staggeringly beautiful up here today. It's 22, 23 degrees, mid-July. There is not a cloud in the sky. It's forecast to get up to 25 today. Now, obviously I have to point out that this is a bit of a double-edged sword, because as the temperature increases, let's be frank, it's due to global warming. This is a drought year, so there is water scarcity throughout parts of the UK. Hosepipe bans going into effect, that sort of thing, if you can believe it here. In addition, as the temperature goes up, the risk of fire increases dramatically. Virtually all of Scotland is under an extreme fire risk right now. But it's hard not to be emotionally moved by standing out here, looking at this scenery, feeling a gentle breeze on your face. And it's just the most vibrant colors I've ever seen in my life, ever. It's unbelievable. I'm trying to think of a visual metaphor to explain what it's like experiencing this right now. And I want to point out the colors are as vivid as you see them. I'm not messing with anything in post. The only way that I think I can explain this, it's like childhood. You remember when you were a kid and all the colors were a little more vibrant and the sounds were sharper and the smells were a bit more intense. And you don't realize it's gone until you've grown up and the world is colder, a bit more flat, dull, gray. And you long to experience the sunlight on your face one more time. That's what it's like. This is like childhood again. And I had to travel halfway around the world. I had to go to the other side of the planet to find it. And it's here. And granted, global warming is one of the reasons why I moved up here. So as the climate bands shift, you're going to have more people moving further away from the equator, closer to the poles. So I figured, well, I better make that move now before I get priced out of my ability to do so. So if you have a mental image of Scotland as this, frozen wasteland, no. Let me show you what it's like right now. So when it's absolutely beautiful like this, you gotta make the most of it. There's plenty of time during the inclement weather and the winter months to stay indoors. When the sun's out, you gotta get out. Take a look at this, my God. Many people around the world dream of returning to the home of their ancestors, the British Isles. At the age of 45, I fulfilled a lifelong ambition and bought my dream home in the Scottish Highlands. My name's Jason, and I live in the far north of Scotland. This is my story. Welcome to the American Highlander. What is it like trading life in the big city for life in a small village in the far north of Scotland? Well, I can tell you, it's absolutely brilliant. It is peaceful, it is calm, you feel your blood pressure lowering. There are very few problems in life that cannot be solved by a drastic reduction in the number of people you're crushed in with. Look at this. This is the main drag of my hometown. My life has not been an easy one. I was constantly bullied growing up. Like most of Generation X, I was by myself a lot of the time. And when I wasn't, there was violence at home. Nowhere was safe. I basically just withdrew into myself as much as possible. I learned to mask in social situations, running through pre-planned dialogue trees like a role-playing game. Over the decades, as life hits you in the face with one regret after another, I tried numbing the pain with drugs, with alcohol, with women. Frankly, I don't know how I'm still alive. When I was born, only 39% of the human race was urbanized. Today that number is 58%, and by 2050, it'll be 68%. That's abhorrent to me. What the world has taught me is that, frankly, I am happiest with minimal contact with humanity. I'm happiest living in a small, high-trust society. And I'm happiest when surrounded by nature. Ever since I was a kid, it's been like a post-hypnotic suggestion. Live in the rural UK countryside. Culturally, I feel much more at home here than I ever did in the US. It's taken me 45 years, but I managed to make it happen. For the first time in my life, I'm not in survival mode. For the first time in my life, I can breathe. And now, I'm determined to make every second I've got left count, and take as many mental snapshots as I can. It's time to start living. Is there anything that I miss being in the Highlands? Not really. I mean, if you're in the middle of a major city, there's certain conveniences that you can avail yourself of. The most obvious is food delivery services. You don't get that up here. So, if you want Uber Eats, leave. Go away. You're not going to get that here. That said, maybe this is kind of a generational thing. I'm Generation X. I didn't grow up with these services. I remember living in an analog world, and frankly, to a certain extent, I miss it. If you can accept that you're not going to have Uber Eats at your beck and call, and that restaurant, dining options may be somewhat limited once you get outside of Inverness, you'll be fine. Seriously. And frankly, I haven't really noticed. If you manage to live up here, you are unbelievably fortunate. It is truly amazing. Let's head on up to the Struy Hill viewpoint. This scenery. Well, I don't really need to say anything, do I? I think people are a little surprised at just how livable it is up here. Now, this wasn't necessarily always the case, but climate change has definitely changed the equation a bit. I mean, in the past, the far north of Scotland had a reputation for really brutal winters. I mean, keep in mind the Cairngorms, which are about an hour and a half south of here, are classified as subarctic tundra. So you come even further north, I mean, we're on the same latitude as Norway. However, global warming has changed things. Instead of really brutal winters that snow you in for, months on end, as an example, this past winter, it was a couple of weeks of snow. And not like, oh my God, end of the world. Like, it was pretty reasonable. Now, there's a trade-off with that, which is obviously you can easily get into drought conditions. And in the first half of 2025, it's exactly what happened up here. So what you see to the right there is Dornoch Firth. Beyond it, Sutherland. The far north of the Scottish Highlands. It's an absolutely beautiful area. Most people never visit the interior. They just do the coastal route, the NC 500. We're going to go into the interior. Next up, Loch Naver. So this is the Donald MacLeod monument behind me, and it brings up something that we do have to talk about, which is the Highland clearances. It happened. We're not going to sweep it under the rug. Yes, it was a while ago, but the memory of it runs deep up here. So it's just something to be conscious of if you're visiting the Highlands, particularly up here in the far north. Just be aware of it. This is Loch Naver. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. The scenery here is just beyond gorgeous. We're in the heart of Sutherland, between Lairg and Tongue. And there's nobody here. We have all of this completely to ourselves. Some places just defy your ability to describe them. And the thing is, right now, it's almost 30 degrees here. Seriously, it's that warm. This has got to be the best kept secret in the UK. If heaven exists, some small part of it must resemble this. Well, traffic jam in the Highlands. I think the thing that surprises people when they come up here is the sheer vast openness of it all. The big, wide open skies. The mountains that are impossibly tall, even though there are far taller mountains further south in Scotland. But the scale of everything just completely messes with your mind. And the solitude out here is addictive. If you're looking for peace and quiet, you owe it to yourself to come up here. There are very few places on Earth like the far north. May it ever remain thus. I created this channel so that anyone who's thought about living in the Scottish Highlands, even just as an idle fantasy, can get a look at it through the eyes of someone who's discovering it for themselves, asking all the questions that you'd want someone to ask if you were here. So hopefully you enjoy it, and until next time, thanks for watching The American Highlander. Take care. Episode 3 of The American Highlander is interesting because it's the first episode that was filmed after episode 1 came out. So a lot of things came up that we needed to discuss. The reaction to episode 1, the adoption of little Princess Annabelle here, who's making her presence known with a glorious on-camera cameo. Hello, Princess. And we also wanted to show a little bit more of day-to-day life here in the Highlands. So, for instance, hey, Princess. You know, where do I go grocery shopping, etc. So, obviously, Annabelle steals the show. I think that's a given. And she's an amazing addition to our family. We rescued her from the Aberdeen SSPCA. And she previously was in a household run by breeders. I don't like breeders. I'm sure there are some good ones out there, but... And she eventually ran away from that home. You know what it takes to get an animal to run away from food and shelter? So she was out on the streets. I don't know how she survived, frankly, because ragdolls are not particularly well suited to life outdoors. But when the SSPCA finally rescued her, she was malnourished. One of her teeth had to be extracted because it had rotted just down to the pulp. And they contacted her previous owners, and her previous owners said, keep her. When we adopted her, she clearly exhibited signs of having been abused. I don't want to go into more detail because, frankly, it'll just get me angry. Because she's 7 years old, which effectively means she's middle-aged. Well, I'm middle-aged. And I know what it's like to go through a lifetime of... Anyway. Suffice to say, little baby girl now gets all the love and all the attention she could ever want. So, episode 3, we introduce Annabelle, and we try to show a little bit more of just day-to-day life. We also address a controversy that I was not expecting. The title of the first episode is I Escaped the USA. And there were several Americans who bristled at that. What do you mean you escaped the USA? Ah. Contextually, think of it in the same light as the title of the TV series, Escape to the Country. Seriously, there's no deeper meaning than that. So, if I'm stepping on any cultural landmines with my titling, rest assured it is not deliberate. Anyway, let's get on and get deeper into day-to-day life. This is episode 3 of the American Highlander. After you've been through 45 years, it took a lot to get here, and I intend to enjoy it. This scenery just... I don't have adjectives for this. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think while I'm driving. It's... Look, if you're from here, and maybe you're used to it, I don't know, maybe you have a different perspective. I'm not used to this. As far as I'm concerned, did we die? Is this heaven? I just can't believe we're here. My God. My God. Look at that. Just look at it. Living in the UK really changes your perspective on time. I mean, for instance, in America, if you live in a house that's, say, 50 years old, that's considered an old house. Whereas here in the UK, I'm living in this cottage which was built in 1854. But these are the original stone walls here behind me. This place was built before the American Civil War. I mean, it was built when America as a country was, give or take, about 80 years old. And when you come from a young country that's still, I think, figuring itself out, I'm the descendant of European immigrants who came to America. And now I've left America and immigrated back home. This is home to me. The UK, the Scottish Highlands. This is where I belong. And there's such a tremendous sense of peace being surrounded by these walls. Many people around the world dream of returning to the home of their ancestors, the British Isles. At the age of 45, I fulfilled a lifelong ambition and bought my dream home in the Scottish Highlands. My name's Jason, and I live in the far north of Scotland. This is my story. Welcome to the American Highlander. One thing about living in Fantasyland, you still gotta take out the trash. Rubbish, rubbish, not trash. Rubbish. I'm integrating. Let's get it done. Oh. I don't remember the driveway being this steep when I bought the place. Oh, I need a beer. Oh, yeah. I need an iron brew. I need a team of left-footed haggis to get me around this corner. Oh. Oh, but you know what? It's all worth it. Do I have buyer's remorse now that I've moved in? No. The house chose us. It's really difficult to explain. We walked in and took a look around and just instantly felt at home. And it was like the house chose us. I think that if there is anything beyond what we perceive as reality, there's just this overwhelming sense of this place is right for us and we will do right by this place. Good morning from the Scottish Highlands. It's early August, beautiful sunny day, scheduled to get up to 18 degrees today. There's a gentle breeze keeping the midges away, so, I mean, what more do you want? Hey, before we get started, I want to thank you guys for the amazing reception that you gave the debut of this channel. I believe me, no one's more surprised at how fast this blew up than I am. I mean, I posted my first video and then went to bed and woke up the following morning, checked my phone, and you know, I am a dork. Anyway, so seriously, I'm very, very grateful, particularly to those of you who live here in Scotland, those of you who are my neighbors. You really don't know how much it means to me for the warm welcome that you gave me. I'm an immigrant, and this channel is a love letter, an immigrant's love letter to Scotland, the place I've always wanted to be. So I'm doing my best to integrate, and I genuinely appreciate the love, the warm welcome. Real quick, I want to give a couple of shout outs. The first one is to another YouTube channel, the Scottish Isle. These guys have been around for a while. They're a really good channel here on YouTube. And when I posted my first video, they actually made a community post announcing my channel to their audience and saying, hey, go check out the American Highlander. I was not expecting that. That was really cool, and it gave that first video one heck of a boost. So genuinely appreciate it. I owe you guys. Also, shout out to Dunrobin Sawmill. I mentioned them in my first video because I do legitimately buy my firewood from them. As a matter of fact, I need to get up there again soon and buy my winter supply. They somehow saw the video and reposted it on their Facebook page. And again, I'm super grateful for that. I was not expecting that at all. And one of the things I want to do with this channel is showcase local businesses. So, I mean, as an example, some of the best fish and chips you'll find, I think, legitimately anywhere in Scotland, is actually not far from here in Anglosphere. It's the Trawler. Phenomenal food. My wife absolutely loves their fish and chips. So that's an example of a local business that I want to try to drive more traffic to. And if you have a local business that you'd like showcased, get in touch. So with that very long preamble out of the way, let's go. One of the questions that comes up quite a lot in the comments is, what are the day-to-day expenses like as a homeowner here in Scotland? Frankly, in a lot of ways, it's really not that different from what you would expect living in the US or an equivalent country. For instance, in the US, you have property taxes. Well, here we have council tax. Fairly similar, although it does also cover some other services and what have you. So garbage collection and actually water. In England and Wales, water is broken out separately, but here in Scotland, it's actually included in your council tax. Now, certain other things are broken out separately. So for instance, electricity, that's its own separate bill. Oh, speaking of water, by the way, a lot of houses, if you get really rural, they're on private water supply. They have their own boreholes, whereas I'm on mains water, and I have a septic system here. So I am pretty darn self-sufficient, but again, a lot of this would seem very familiar to anyone coming from the US or Canada or what have you. One interesting wrinkle is high-speed internet. Along the A9 corridor, fiber is being introduced. So there are areas up here that have really good fiber, but that's not necessarily the case throughout all of the far north. There's certainly many areas that are still quite remote. And actually, I'm in one of those areas. I don't have fiber here. So the only way that I can live and work here is with satellite internet. So like a lot of people in my position, I have Starlink, and it is a game changer. With Starlink, I'm able to make a living, and I'm able to film this and upload it for you to watch it. So thank you, Elon. One of the things I should touch on briefly, because it came up a lot in the comments, the title of the first episode of the American Highlander starts with, "I escaped the USA." That ruffled a few feathers. And what do you mean you escaped the USA? Were you a prisoner? Do you not like the USA? Ronald Reagan, bald eagles. Chill. Calm down. I love the USA. It's a great country. I think it's sorting itself out at the moment, but that's not really a reflection of the good, honest, hardworking people who live there. It's just that ever since I was a kid, I have had a compulsion to live and work in the United Kingdom, to live in the rural UK countryside, particularly the Scottish Highlands. It's the calling of my heart. So, contextually, treat the title of that first episode the same way that you would look at the title of the TV show, Escape to the Country. It really is that simple. A lot of you were asking about the shopping situation up here. So this is where I tend to shop. Tesco. For those of you who are in America, Tesco is a supermarket chain. If you're on the west coast of America, it would be the equivalent of like Safeway. If you're in the Midwest, the closest equivalent would probably be H-E-B. It might be a Texas only thing. If you're in the northeastern US, the equivalent would be Market Basket. This actually isn't in Sutherland. This is just across the border in the village of Tain, which is in Rossshire, east of Ross. If you're on the west coast, going into the far north, your closest option would be in Ullapool. And if you're really into the far north, you'd be going into Caithness, so either Wick or Thurso to do shopping like this. So, let's get our own shopping done. become parents. It's true. Our child is a girl. She's 6 years old. Her name is Annabelle. And she's a quadruped. We're getting a cat. Okay, a lot of your questions, seriously a lot of questions, were about real estate. Specifically, how much did my place cost, and what's real estate pricing in general like throughout the Highlands? So I'll actually answer these in reverse order. If you want to get a sense of pricing, not only here in the Highlands, but throughout the UK, there are two websites that I would recommend. One is Rightmove, the other is On the Market. These are the two websites that I used when I was house hunting up here. And then secondly, what my place cost? It's in the mid 300s. Now, that is above the average purchase price for a home in the UK, but it's also an above average home. It would be awesome having a little goofy princess to boss me around.
Aside from your wife?
Aside from my wife. But everything is relative. It's like, you know, when you turn on Escape to the Country, and there's these, two people who are, they're like 20-something fetuses fresh out of school. And the voiceover, the narrator is like, and they have a modest budget of £950,000. And you're spitting out your tea going, what? What? That's modest? And then you realize, okay, you got a loan from the bank of mom and dad. Got it. That's not me. Like I said in a previous episode, I scraped together the money for 30 years just to afford the down payment on this place. So everything is relative. I'm not sure if you can hear that ticking. That's my wife's biological clock. And again, not for a human baby, a fur baby. A couple of other things to keep in mind about real estate in Scotland. Oh, this house, by the way, actually was featured in Escape to the Country. Season 25, episode 1, I believe. So if you want to get a more in-depth look at it from that show, I'm sure the footage is probably online somewhere. Now, a couple of things to keep in mind. Scotland, first off, all the prices I quoted earlier, those are in pounds, not dollars, so you have to do the conversion. And Scotland operates on an offers over system. So the list price is where the conversation starts. Typically, not always, but typically, you're expected to offer a percentage above and beyond whatever the list price is. Takes a little getting used to. My wife has been buying up every cat toy, every supply, grooming brushes, litter box, gourmet food. This cat's gonna eat better than we do. Well, in my case, that's not saying much. This cat's gonna eat better than my wife does. The other thing to keep in mind is that in Scotland, unlike England and Wales, and this is a good thing, you cannot be gazumped. I didn't know what that term meant either until I moved to the UK. Google it, it's important. But you know what? It's time. It's time to become cat parents again. So guess what? We've got a new member of the family. Annabelle. Little Annabelle. So she's a rescue cat. We got her from the SSPA. And she is just the sweetest, most adorable little kitty you have ever seen. And she's also a very brave huntress. My wife absolutely loves her. She's already imprinted on my wife. I'm just the the dumb guy who provides treats and playtime. And you know what? It's perfectly fine by me. Love you, Annabelle.
Annabelle has decided it's officially break time. Well, we were going to get work done.
I created the American Highlander as a personal vlog, but also as a way to showcase the very delicate magic of the far north of the Scottish Highlands. This is a truly amazing place to visit, and it's even more amazing than you think to live here. But it is delicate. So if you do choose to come here, and I hope you do, I hope you'll help preserve it. Because there's very few places on Earth that are like this, that are still left. So whether you're looking for information or this is just a vicarious thrill, either way, thank you very much. And until next time, take care. For episode 4, I wanted to touch on what it took to actually immigrate from the US to the UK. It's not easy. If it were easy, you would know how to do it. Everyone would know how to do it, and a heck of a lot more people, I think, would be doing it. Hey, little Annabelle. Aww, little princess paws. She doesn't care that we're filming. She just wants attention. And so I wanted to touch on, how did I make it over here to the UK? The long version, if I try to condense it down, I just got insanely lucky. It was kind of a one in a million opportunity. It really was. But I also wanted to showcase some stuff that you don't normally see. So for instance, salmon spawning at the Falls of Shin. That's not on the NC 500, so it doesn't get a lot of video coverage, but it's something that I wanted to showcase because that's part of life up here. There are all these amazing spots to visit and explore if you're willing to take the time to get off the NC 500 and see it all for yourself. So, in addition to that, one of the more interesting things that I wanted to touch on this episode was the psychological impact of being so far away from your old life. Old friends, family, etc. It's also notable as the first episode where I talk about the major antagonist of my life in the past, namely my father. I had originally intended to not really talk about him all that much, in large part because it just makes my blood boil. But he is a major part of my story. And I don't script out these episodes, so I got very emotional when talking about the psychological impact of being far away from family, both good and bad. And a lot of you responded and said, hey, thank you for doing that because you have your own family histories and trauma and what have you, and it really helped others. And so that gave me the confidence to open up a bit more in future episodes, which was good for me in turn, because part of building a new life is getting past the wreckage of your past. And you have to go through that process, and sometimes you have to confront things that you've suppressed in order to do that. And that's not an easy thing to do. So, this is episode 4 of the American Highlander. Welcome back to the American Highlander. I'm Jason. We are here in the far north of Scotland on the road to Tongue. I love Tongue. That didn't sound right, but sort of did. Anyway, Before this video gets demonetized, let me show you how beautiful it is up here, because seriously, everywhere you look, it's like being in a painting. Let's go. Many people around the world dream of returning to the home of their ancestors, the British Isles. At the age of 45, I fulfilled a lifelong ambition and bought my dream home in the Scottish Highlands. My name's Jason, and I live in the far north of Scotland. This is my story. Welcome to the American Highlander. So I wanted to give you a quick glimpse at Storm Flores. This is blown through today across all of the north of Scotland, and it's currently here in southeastern Sutherland. Hey, good morning. This is the day after Storm Flores, and I'm currently walking the grounds. Just got up, haven't showered yet. I look like a bit of an electrocuted Fraggle. But wanted to take a look, and I think we dodged a bullet. There's no major damage that I can find. One of the roof tiles is slightly dislodged. The gutters are full of leaves and what have you. There are branches that fell. And I mean, a storm like this you would expect in November, not in August. So, you know, the trees still have leaves on the branches, but nothing landed on the car, nothing landed on the house or the outbuildings. So I think we may have dodged a bullet here. I know a lot of areas up here got hit a lot harder than we did. So yeah, let's go around and make sure everything's okay. So check this out. The house is actually physically attached to the hillside. It's this old stone staircase carved right into the hill, which is pretty wild. I'm currently cleaning off some of the debris from the roof gutter here. Property stood up to the storm really well.
Another tree falling down here. Another tree down. A tree lopsided. One of our trees down here. Small tree there. More carnage. Bit of carnage in there. That tree's down. That is down. And that big tree there, with a rope around it, is now leaning against the other tree. That's been upended. It could have been a lot worse.
Whoa, check that out. That is new. That happened last night.
Yeah, to be fair, it's very thin.
That is a big honking tree that just came down. Well, that's a bit of a problem. The driveway is blocked in multiple locations. This is one, there's another one further down. George Kitchener is one of our neighbors. He's a tree surgeon, and he's going to try to come by this afternoon with the chainsaw. He's busy today, as you can imagine, clearing very large branches off of buildings. So it's up to us to try to move this ourselves. This is life in the Highlands or in any rural area. You know, you gotta be able to take care of yourself a little bit. Nature doesn't care if you're a middle-aged fat guy. So let's go. Come on. This is why I need to get my fat rear end down to the gym in Anglosphere. We've got a great swimming pool down there, and they've got a really good workout facility. And I am paying for a membership now, and I need to actually use it. Because the older I get, the harder this is going to get. Yes, I'm manly. We can edit out the bits where I look stupid later. Actually, that would be the whole thing. As a matter of fact, let's not show this sequence. Let's show more footage of Annabelle instead. You shall not pass! All that is man. We'll put some heroic music under that. Good enough for now, I think. Let's have some damn breakfast. In last week's episode, I forgot to show one of the stops that I make on my usual grocery shopping. Lidl. And I do it for exactly one thing. Vegetarian chicken nuggies. With chalky milk. Because I am a grown-up. Good morning from the Scottish Highlands. It's another absolutely beautiful day. Man, I mean, if you love hiking, if you love the outdoors, you couldn't ask for better conditions than this. It's currently early to mid-August, and wow, sun's getting intense right now as I'm speaking, so let me adjust the filter a little bit. There we go. That's an ND filter. Think of it like sunglasses for your camera lens. Really helps if you're shooting outdoors, so you want to make your footage look a little more cinematic. Anyway, and they're cheap too. Before we begin, I want to give a shout out to another YouTube channel, Primal England. It's run by Nigel, although he says it's run by his dog Molly. Really good guy. He's one of us. It's a very, very positive channel. You know, he's a bit older. He's going through some health issues, as a lot of us do. None of us gets out of here alive, but very inspiring, very upbeat, and well worth your time. So do yourself a favor, after you're done watching this episode, go check out Primal England. It is worth it. Tell them I said hi, by the way. So, and now that Storm Flores is come and gone, we've got quite a lot to get to. Oh. Cows are grazing over in the field over there. Let me see if I can get a shot of it for you. If I can, I'll insert the shot here. Smile, cows. You're internet famous. I don't think there's ever a time where I won't be a complete dork. Anyway, so in addition to some sightseeing, we've also got some of your questions that we need to answer. So let's get to it. One of the questions that's come up a lot on this channel, and it's understandable as to why, how did I do it? How did I legally immigrate from the US to the UK? And I get it. I get why this question is so popular. I mean, for some people, it's because they're unhappy with the socio-political climate of the country that they currently reside in. But for a lot of people, I think this is the majority, particularly throughout the Anglosphere at large, it's because they're descended from the British Isles and they feel that call to return home to their ancestral homelands. I mean, it's worth pointing out, when I left the US to come to the UK, I wasn't running from something. I was running to something. So the big question is, how did I do it? Well, I'll start with the bad news. There is no easy answer. If there were, you would know about it. Now, in the first video, I mentioned that I married a British woman, so a lot of people jumped to a logical conclusion. That's how you did it. You married a British woman. No. One of the channels that I follow, Black Belt Barrister, he actually talks about that route a little bit on his channel. So after you're done watching this, you might want to go check him out. I got here on a skilled worker visa. Those are not easy to get. You have to be sponsored by a British employer. You have to pay for the visa. You pay to renew the visa. You have to have a certain amount of money in your account in order to cover expenses and what have you. And it's worth noting, you don't get a free ride on the NHS. I have to pay an NHS surcharge. Now, most of the people watching this know what I'm talking about, but if you're in the US and you've never left the US, you might not have heard of the NHS. It's single-payer healthcare, socialized medicine. Now, how do I put this? There is a reason why the rest of the civilized world has single-payer healthcare. It's better. I mean, for God's sake, even the Germans have socialized medicine, and we have to blow them up every 50 years. So, did I just say that? Demonetized. By the way, when the wall fell, we sent David Hasselhoff. That counts. So, single-payer healthcare is a game changer. In my case, the NHS really did save my life. It identified a major health issue that had gone completely missed in the US. I'm currently working that through right now. I'll get to that in a future episode. Single-payer healthcare is incredible, but you don't get a free ride if you're on a visa here. You have to pay an NHS surcharge. So I pay my own way as an immigrant to live here. Now, I will say, if you have the opportunity to legally immigrate here, or any other country, if it's the calling of your heart, do it. Because if you don't, you'll spend the rest of your life being consumed by regret. The question of what if is one of the most difficult questions to live with, and it gets harder as you get older. I gave up everything to come here. I packed up my entire life into a dozen boxes. And if I had to do it all over again, I would do it in a heartbeat and never look back. Because the Scottish Highlands are my home. If it's the calling of your heart, then I hope one day to see you here in the far north. So we're here at the Falls of Shin. We've never been here before, so you're going to see this for the first time just as we are. Come on, let's go. Oh, I love this path. Look at this. I don't know if the microphone can pick it up, but you can hear the falls already, even from all the way up here. Look at this. Let's see how close we can get. One of the questions that's come up in the comments is the psychological impact of uprooting your entire life, moving halfway around the world and starting a new life. And it's worth discussing. In my case, I'm probably never going to see my mom or my stepdad ever again in person. The last time I was there, because they're getting up there now, I made a point of saying everything that needed to be said, because you don't want to end up in a position where you've lost that opportunity. So they know that I love them, and the rest is private. And I have an older brother. He's actually following his dream. He just bought a big sailboat, and he's going to have adventures. He's going to sail all around the world, and good for him. He worked to achieve that dream. You won't really hear me talk about my dad. There's a reason for that. There's a reason why neither of his ex-wives nor either of his children want anything to do with him. He's a bit of a cultist, religious zealot, so I'll phrase it this way. For some acts, there is no forgiveness in this life or the next. Especially when you do it to children. Anyway, back to the question of the psychological impact of moving abroad. Consider this. How many people did you know when you were half your current age? Friends, family members, lovers. And you'll never see them again. You haven't seen them in years or decades. One of the things that you learn as you get older is your life can really be divided into discrete chapters. And it is surprising how little comes with you from one chapter into the next. A while back, I read a line that really stuck with me. Build the kind of life that you feel you don't need to take a vacation from. And it's hard. It's very hard. You get older and you realize everyone's struggling. I am, you are, everyone you've ever known is. And life will test you. But if there's something that's in your heart, hold on to it. Because I honestly cannot believe I thought I was going to end up face down in a ditch off Sunset at 3 a.m. And now I have a wife, cute little cat, a house that I chose in a place where I wanted to live. I chose my future, and I worked for it. Work for yours. And when you earn it, hold on to it. It makes this existence worthwhile. May you find what you're looking for. May all of us. So today, we're headed up to the north shore of Scotland, the village of Tongue. Absolutely love it up there. And we're going inland. Most people will take the NC 500 along the coast. We are cutting inland from the mound to Lairg. Lairg is known as the crossroads of the Highlands. Once you get past Lairg, if you're headed pretty much anywhere, northwest, it turns into single track roads. So, if you decide to take these routes, you have to make sure you're comfortable driving on single track roads. But if you are, the scenery in the interior of Sutherland is beyond anything you ever thought you would encounter in your life. It is quiet, it is peaceful. It's home. So, the reason why we're headed up there today is one of Christine's friends, Martina, is here in town. And so, we're taking her sightseeing some really beautiful, picturesque spots up here in the far north. A lot of the major tourism traps are further south in Scotland. So the advantage of being up here in the far north is that it's comparatively undiscovered. Let's go see it for ourselves. I created the American Highlander because I wanted to show you what it's like up here in the far north of Scotland. It's an immigrant's love letter to the Scottish Highlands. I'm lucky enough to call it home. I hope someday you'll come up here and see it for yourself. It's a delicate magic here. It's beautiful. And whether you choose to visit or even realize the same dream that I had and live up here, I promise you, it's every bit as good as you think it is. So until next time, take care. Episode 5 of the American Highlander, we go into why I chose to live in the far north of Scotland, and specifically southeastern Sutherland. There was quite a lot of research that went into that decision. It took years to find the place that I wanted to call home, and I am unbelievably lucky that I found basically the perfect house for my needs in exactly the place I wanted to live. So there are quite a number of people who are moving up to Scotland. For instance, around Inverness, the greater Inverness area, the Inner Firth, that is, I believe, the fastest growing metropolitan area in all of the United Kingdom. There's a lot of inward migration happening right now from England up to Scotland. And yes, it's had quite an effect on real estate pricing, but more importantly, it also impacts where people might choose to live and why they're choosing to come up here. So I wanted to devote quite a bit of time to that. We also go to one of the major attractions here in southeastern Sutherland, which is Dunrobin Castle, and that's part of my hometown of Golspie. Dunrobin Castle is truly amazing. You really should check it out if you're ever up here in the far north. I've actually since gone on to meet one of the members of the House of Sutherland, who's actually a neighbor of mine. When you live rural, neighbor is a little bit loose. I mean, they're a couple of miles away from me. But again, it's very loosely populated up here, shall we say. It's one of the big reasons I moved up here. But I figure for someone who's house hunting and thinking about living in Scotland, they're probably looking at where is the right place for them. And the answer is going to differ from individual to individual. Some people want to live in the Scottish borders or the Central Belt, or if you want to come up to the Grampians or the Highlands. This is a vast area. So where you choose to live can have a pretty dramatic impact on what amenities you have access to and what your general experience is. So I figured I'd spend a little bit of time in my hometown of Golspie here in episode 5 of the American Highlander. This isn't a movie set, and it's not computer generated. This is the far north of the Highlands. Welcome to the American Highlander.
Many people around the world dream of returning to the home of their ancestors, the British Isles. At the age of 45, I fulfilled a lifelong ambition and bought my dream home in the Scottish Highlands. My name's Jason, and I live in the far north of Scotland. This is my story. Welcome to the American Highlander.
Good afternoon from the Scottish Highlands. It's another stunningly beautiful day up here. Mid-August, 22, 23 degrees. Honestly, it feels warmer than that. Speaking of warm, if you go further south, England right now, London is baking. I mean, we're talking 33 degrees down there. And I don't know in America if you get much news about what's going on over here in Europe, but the continent, 40 plus degrees. Basically the southern half of Europe is kind of on fire at the moment. Even up here, Arthur's Seat, which is in Edinburgh, is on fire. And over in Norway, they're dealing with a massive heat wave. If you saw Cecilia Blomdahl's latest short, 34 degrees in Trondheim. I mean, pretty significant. So here in the far north of Scotland, the maritime climate has created sort of a mini Goldilocks zone, I think. And candidly, that is one of the big reasons why I moved up here, is I figure more people, as the climate bands shift, are going to be moving away from the equator and closer to the poles. So I figured I should get a jump start on that before I get priced out of my ability to do it. Now, I should point out, in a previous episode, some of you gave me a bit of grief for bringing up climatology at all. So let's get a couple of things on the record. I fuel my car, my wife's car, with diesel. I have a wood-burning stove. I have oil and gas going into my house for heating and for cooking. So I'm not exactly a member of Greenpeace here. And you can do what you need to do pragmatically to have a comfortable life, especially, if the power goes out, you still want to be able to heat your home, you still want to be able to cook food. But at the same time, you can still acknowledge basic science. I mean, whether it's man-made or whether it's a natural phenomena is irrelevant. The climate is changing. And these things are not mutually exclusive. So you can have a comfortable life and still acknowledge that it's happening. So for today's episode, I think I'm going to focus a bit more on sightseeing. And I mention this because, as I said in the pilot episode, I kind of make these up as I go. And some of you have been asking in the comments why I don't film more in the cottage. And the reason for this is very simple. The sun's out. There's not a cloud in the sky right now. There will be plenty of time in the winter months when the weather is inclement and you can't really go out and do much sightseeing. That's when we're going to do a lot more filming inside, and we'll have sort of a cozy cottagecore aesthetic going on. But right now, while the sun's out, you got to get out. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's go. Most people wouldn't associate Scotland with beautiful beaches. When you think of the Scottish Highlands, you think of mountains, misty, moody, rainy scenery, forests, and all of that's here, especially in the far north. But the far north also has some of the finest beaches anywhere in the world. Take a look for yourself.
lot of people think, well, living in a small, high-trust society, rural village in the countryside can't really be all that good. That's just something that they sell you on TV. It's real. I promise you it's real. Because it's here. And I'm standing on it and in the midst of it right now. Welcome to the far north of Scotland. By the way, I want to give a shout out to a local business. A guy by the name of Matt emailed me and said, hey, I've got a couple of vacation rental lodges on my croftland over in Harris and Lewis in the Outer Hebrides. Would you mind giving them a shout? And yeah, if you're a local business, I have no problem whatsoever with giving you a shout out for free, because that's one of the primary functions of this channel, is to support local businesses. For anyone who's not local, that would be a paid sponsorship, and I'm totally cool with that. I would actually love to get some paid sponsors because I got a big stonking mortgage I'm going to pay off for the next 20 years. Plus, one of the things I hadn't counted on is the added fuel cost of filming. Every time I go out somewhere and drive, like I'm burning fuel and refueling that tank, that's 100 quid a pop. So yeah, it'd be great to get some paid sponsors on this channel. But if you're a local business, you're free, not a problem. So I did a little bit of checking, confirmed, yes, he actually lives on that croftland. He's a local, he lives here in the Highlands and Islands. So here you go. Matt and his family built these two luxury lodges on their croftland on the island of Great Bernera, which is connected to Lewis by car. This is in the Outer Hebrides, which I haven't been to yet, but I really want to visit soon because of the amazing beaches, as well as historical sites such as the Callanish Stones. If you want to get a good look at the Outer Hebrides, there is another Scotland-based YouTube channel going the whole hog, which I highly recommend. Now, I should point out, I haven't personally stayed in these lodges, so I can't recommend them from my own experience, but come on, look at the photos. This is totally the kind of place I would want to rent if I were over there on holiday. One of the lodges is pet-friendly, so if that's important to you, it's worth checking out. Their website is theviewisleoflewis.com. Okay, let's talk real estate. Why did I buy a house in the far north of Scotland? Let's cover a few general basics up front. The further away you get from the southeast of England, the cheaper house prices tend to get. Cheaper is, of course, a relative term. Due to developer land banking and various other issues, most people under the age of 40 are now more or less permanently priced out of homeownership in the UK, unless they inherit from their parents as part of the Great Wealth Transfer. I'd been living in London for years when I began my house hunt, and it became clear almost immediately that I was already priced out of England and Wales. Average house prices are lower in Scotland, and that's perfectly fine by me since I wanted to live in Scotland anyway. So the next question, where in Scotland should I live? In my heart, I knew I wanted to live in the Highlands, but I had to do my due diligence. And let's be clear, there are many gorgeous areas in Scotland. For instance, if you haven't looked at Dumfries and Galloway or the Scottish borders, you really should. The southern uplands are often overlooked, and that's a real shame because they're just stunning. I know a lot of people moving to Scotland gravitate to the central belt. It's where the majority of the country's population lives. But everything is relative in terms of population density. I mean, compared to southeastern England, the central belt of Scotland looks like Hobbiton. But in my head, every time I saw a listing that caught my interest, I kept having this nagging whisper in the back of my mind. Yeah, but it's not the Highlands, is it? So, inevitably, I kept looking further north. At first, I looked further east into the Grampians, Morayshire, and the Cairngorms. A lot of people have been moving to this region since the pandemic, and it's easy to see why. It's stunning. Stunning scenery, with access to Inverness and Aberdeen, the latter of which has plenty of flights to London and other major destinations. A few similar channels to this one, Rewilding Jude, North and Forth, Sarah in Scotland, are all based in this area, I believe. The problem is that I'm a bit late to the party. For the type of home that I was looking for, everything was just out of my price range. Now, if I were 20 years younger, I'd go the route of buying a fixer-upper or buying land and getting a construction loan. But I'm a grumpy middle-aged man, and I want something that's turnkey. After that, I looked further west. The Trossachs are gorgeous, but, I mean, there's like 5 houses there, so I was probably never going to find something. And as much as I love Argyll and Bute, it was hard finding something that was within a decent driving range of Glasgow Airport. I have the luxury of working 100% remote, but my wife still has to periodically fly to London or internationally on business. I mean, if it were just me, I could go live in Shetland and be just fine. But regular trips to a major airport means I have a certain travel radius I have to stay within. And I need roads that are reliably open, even during winter. And that eliminates most of the West Coast, which is a shame, because it is stunning over there. One of the big advantages to the far north is that you just get more bang for your buck. The far north is remote. Once you get north of Inverness, there are no settlements left anywhere in the UK, over 10,000 people, and only 0.1% of the total population of the UK lives in the far north and the surrounding islands. Drilling down further, Sutherland is by far the least populated part of the far north. There are more people living on the various outer islands than live in Sutherland, and for someone like me who loves isolation, this is ideal. However, if I'm going to maintain a radius of roughly 1 hour's travel from Inverness by car, then only the southeastern tip of Sutherland meets that criteria. There are other areas closer to Inverness within Easter Ross, but again, I was already priced out. When you drill down into southeastern Sutherland, there's a cluster of small towns. Dornoch, Golspie, Brora, Helmsdale, Lairg. Meteorologically, this area has a fawn effect over it, keeping it warmer than the surrounding environment. And since it's on the east coast, it's drier and sunnier with far fewer midges. Plus, it's on the A9, which is known as the spine of Scotland, so it's a reliable artery to get to Inverness in the winter. I honestly believe this corner of Sutherland might be one of the best kept secrets in the UK, because it's just far enough away from civilization to give you an amazing life in the Highlands, while still close enough to have access to all the amenities of the modern world. I'm biased since I live here, but I've quite literally put my money where my mouth is. And once you see this area, you'll understand why. So today, we're headed to one of the major tourism attractions here in the southeastern end of Sutherland, Dunrobin Castle. And it's the weekend, so it is packed. But let's see if we get lucky and get a parking spot. Now, Dunrobin Castle does have a little bit of an interesting, notorious history. But then again, show me a castle that doesn't have a notorious history. That said, it's a substantial employer here in Sutherland, so it contributes to the economy. And it is stunningly beautiful. Come on, let's go take a look. Dunrobin Castle is open from April through October annually. So, something I've debated whether or not to disclose on this channel, because it is quite personal. I have liver disease. It's pretty serious. It's called NASH, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. Essentially, it's just too much visceral fat on the liver. I'm 6 feet tall and I'm 18 stone. That's 114 kilos and change, like 252 pounds if you use freedom units. So I'm bringing this up because liver disease is known as a silent killer. Typically, by the time you present symptoms, it's too late. And something like 2/3 of all Americans are obese, and the obesity rates here in Europe are frankly not that much better. I started getting symptoms, and I didn't put two and two together. My ankles were very, very itchy. I was getting fatigued very easily and brain fog. My vision was getting very blurry. And I thought, well, this is just part of getting older. No, it was liver disease and I didn't know it. And I'm bringing this up for a couple of reasons. The big one is it puts things in focus. When you realize that, hey, this is something that could kill you in 5 to 10 years, then all of a sudden, the time that you thought you had, you don't have it. And that makes you appreciate every single moment. And it makes you go, okay, am I living my life in a holding pattern? And if so, what am I going to do about it? In my case, I don't like cities. I don't like big cities. I don't like being around tons of people. I don't like the noise. It's too much world. And it was, for me, manifesting in just, I'm eating too much, I'm unhappy, I need to change. And I need to be up here in nature. I need to have peace and quiet and solitude and be in an environment where I look forward to waking up every day. So if I don't make that change now, then what am I doing with my life? What's left of it? So it puts things in perspective, and it makes you get your rear end in gear. Now, in my case, I've gotten a bit lucky. I joined a clinical trial for some experimental medication that deals specifically with this issue. And I've been on for a couple of years, and it's worked. My liver function, according to the latest tests, has returned to normal, which is amazing. But there's a catch. My participation in that trial, as of the time of this filming, ends in about 8 months. At that point, I no longer have access to this medication. Now, the liver can regenerate. So if I do nothing, then eventually it will probably turn into liver cancer, cirrhosis, and I'll be gone 5 to 10 years from now. That's unacceptable to me. And first off, no pity in the comments, please. I got myself into this. I will get myself out of it. And please, no lectures about nutrition and tips and advice about what I should eat, etc. My eating habits are set in stone. My wife likes to joke that I'm basically on the autistic children's menu. Fry it, put cheese on it, if it's beige, I'll eat it. So the only way I'm going to get myself out of this is with exercise. I've just got to burn it off. So by sharing this, I'm making myself accountable. But more importantly, I'm sharing it because, statistically speaking, some of you watching this are dealing with this silent killer and you don't even know it. So if by embarrassing myself on camera saves even one life, then this channel has served its purpose. While I was busy editing this episode, my wife actually headed inland to the nearby village of Rogert here in Sutherland for the Market at the Mart. She actually filmed and edited this segment, so without further ado, here's Christine.
And I would just like to say that it's taken me 1/10 of the time it normally takes Jason to edit a scene because I am an amateur with a phone app. Anyway, welcome to Rogart. I saw this event advertised online, I think on Facebook, and I thought I would pop down to see what it's all about. This is Rogart's summer market at the Mart, where local producers and crofters come together to show and sell their wares. There's a variety of items available, such as food, both sweet and savoury, glassware, plants, flowers, photography, toys, and crochet. I visited the White Cottage Baking Bothy stand where I bought a fresh homemade sausage roll for only £3. It was really high quality and so much better than Greg's. No vegetarian chicken nuggets here, Jason. Kate and Kelpie sell a range of items with prints which have a real cottagey and Highland feel. They have makeup bags, small purses, lampshades, cushions, greetings cards, stationery and framed pictures. They ship internationally, so if you're interested, please give their website a look. Seafield Game sells local meats. I bought some venison and garlic burgers from them, and also some pork sausages and pork chops, because locally sourced meat just tastes so much better. Back to Bars sell their own homemade soaps. They are £6.50 per bar or £28 for 5. However, if you're undecided, you can actually buy a batch of their cut ends for £3, as you can see in the small basket there. You'll get about 5 different scents. I bought 3 soap bars from them and they're absolutely divine. I cannot wait to use them. The lovely Jackie at Highland Blooms creates silk floral decorations for all manner of events. She also sells homemade candles and lip balms. I bought 2 candles from her and they are unlike anything I've ever smelt before, truly unique. You can find her actually on Facebook at Highland Blooms. And last but not least, I met Mario, a Dutch photographer living in Dornoch. Mario's photography is absolutely phenomenal. He sells his photos as prints, framed prints, greetings cards, calendars large and small, and he also sells small toy Highland coups. I bought a large calendar from him and the photography in it is just stunning. The good news is he actually ships internationally, so if you love Scottish scenery and you want a gift for yourself or someone else, please do take a look at his website.
I created the American Highlander as a way of showing how magical life is here in the far north of Scotland. It is a delicate magic, but the Scottish Highlands are one of the few truly remarkable places left in the world. I hope someday you'll come up here and visit it, or perhaps even do the same thing that I did and choose to create a new life here and integrate. Because I promise you, it's every bit as good as you think it is. So, until next time, thanks for watching the American Highlander. Take care. Episode 6 of The American Highlander is fun for a couple of reasons. First off, we do spend more time in southeastern Sutherland around my hometown of Anglosphere and the surrounding environment. But also, we introduce someone who has gone on to become a very good friend of mine, and also someone who appears several times in multiple episodes. And that's my neighbor and my good friend, George Kitching. He's a tree surgeon, and he is he's a character. I love that guy. He is brilliant. So there's also, if you check out the comments on that episode and subsequent episodes where he's appeared, there's quite a George Kitching fan club that's emerging. He's quite popular with the ladies watching this show, which I think is fantastic. So I think you get a chance to see some of the other people who call this place home. And one of the things that I've discovered that I absolutely love is everyone up here is unique. It takes a certain kind of person to live not only in the Highlands, but to live in the far north. And everyone up here is just a really wonderful human being with a really interesting story. It's one of the things I absolutely love about this place. And I'm certain that's true as well in other parts of Scotland. I think it's true for rural areas in general. You know, you have to consciously choose to live on the very fringes of society and civilization, and the type of person to whom that appeals is not necessarily the same sort of person you're going to run into on the tube in London during a morning rush hour. And I've been on the tube too many times in rush hour. Never again. So this is kind of an interesting episode as well, because it has one of my favorite endings. Typically with YouTube, the common wisdom is you start strong, you put your best material up front to hook and retain your audience. I tend to do things the other way around. I tend to save my best for last. I refuse to be told what to do or how to structure my episode. I've seen too many people get into a tail wags the dog situation where they're artificially altering their content to please the almighty algorithm. And frankly, I don't care. This is my story. And if you enjoy it, great. But ultimately, I'm doing this for me. So the ending of this episode is... it's different. And a lot of people have commented on it. And it's something that emotionally matters to me. So hopefully it has a positive effect on you when you watch it. So this is episode 6 of the American Highlander. Scotland plays almost like a mixtape of some of the most beautiful places on Earth. Like, this reminds me so much of some of the trails that I hiked growing up in Northern California. And then you round a corner and you're in Switzerland. You round another bend and you're in Hawaii. I'm not kidding. Then you turn another corner and you're in Norway. It's like all the most scenic places on Earth got fused together into one country, and God said, "Let there be Scotland." And then he had to make the rest of the world to compensate.
Many people around the world dream of returning to the home of their ancestors, the British Isles. At the age of 45, I fulfilled a lifelong ambition and bought my dream home in the Scottish Highlands. My name's Jason, and I live in the far north of Scotland. This is my story. Welcome to the American Highlander.
Good morning from the Scottish Highlands. It's another absolutely beautiful day. It's late August, about 12 degrees. Should get up to about 16 this afternoon. And you might be thinking, well, how can it be a beautiful day? I mean, it's overcast. Well, look at it this way. Which would you prefer? A sunny day in a crowded, noisy, polluted city, or a cloudy day here in the Scottish Highlands? If you're watching this channel right now, it's because you and I both know the answer to that question. So in this episode, we're going to do some sightseeing, and we've also got some work to do on the grounds around the house, so we'll cover that. But I figure the theme for this episode will be what does it mean when you actually start to build a new life for yourself? When you finally get to a place in life like this, where you actually are happy. And then you look back at everything, every choice, every consequence of that choice, every decision, all the pain that it took. And you go, okay, you went through it, it's past tense, it's done, and now you're here as a result of all of it. It messes with your head. You have to learn to slowly let go of the past. And that takes time. But every day here makes it easier. Every day here the sun gets a little brighter. So, let me share that sunlight with you. Because it is a beautiful day here. And we owe it to ourselves to see it with our own eyes. So let's go. One of the things you realize when you stand in a place like this is that basically this hasn't changed in centuries, maybe longer. It really puts a human lifespan in perspective. All the things that we worry about, all the things that consume our lives every day. This is what matters. This is what we're supposed to experience as human beings. I never want to leave. Took a lifetime to get here. whatever time I've got left, this is where I'm going to spend it, in Scotland. I think that's the lookout platform. Come on! Look at this. Look at this. I don't know if you can hear me over the sound of the waterfall, but my God. You gotta come see this for yourself. This is Big Burn Waterfall in Anglosphere. I think I found a cure for depression. It's called the Highlands. I gotta deal with bird poop on the deck as the birds are busy pooping underneath their nests. They've made an entire suburb of nests underneath my roof eaves. Let's go get that hose, get this deck washed off. That is just kinked harder than a Friday night in West Hollywood. Not that I would know anything about that. Come on. Oh. Just like using scrub pads to try to clean the acne off my face as a teenager. Except that didn't work. I wonder if this is roughly equivalent to what dentists see when they've got that microscope and that electric scraper jammed up into your gums and your teeth. Is this what they see? What on earth are these birds eating? Frankly, I should have worn a back brace for doing this. It's kind of embarrassing when you get to that point in life. But, you know, it is what it is. You just gotta deal with it as best you can and work off enough calories to earn some nachos. Nachos rule. I don't know if the camera picked up the shadows of the birds flying out of the nest directly over my head. They better not be pooping on me. People pay a lot of money to go to fitness classes where they do this. I will happily pay someone else money to do this for me. So one of the challenges when you own rural property that's got some acreage is you have to maintain it. And I work a full-time job, and any spare time that I have now goes into this series. So I've had to call in some reinforcements.
silly, but we'll cheat and my backstory.
Yeah.
Oh God, you don't want to know that. It's long. It's long.
The stuff that you're willing to share.
Well, I started off, I don't know, where do you go? Well, I started off in art college, really. Yeah, and then I haven't done any art really ever since. I've done all sorts. Worked on farms, I've run a business in Teesside, 30 odd men. Used to clean out ton bags for the chemical industry, really interesting. And then when the company went bust, I thought, F it, I'm going to go out and work outside. Because I've generally, weekends and everything, when I did work, I was just outside shooting and fishing. So, and I want to work outside. The weather can be great, but you know what? It's fresh air, you're getting exercise, and you're earning a bit of cash. Yeah, that's probably my backstory. There is a longer version. Oh yeah, I have been married. I have got a kid. Right. You know, yeah, his mum's in Bulgaria now. He wants to be here with me and his dogs. Oh. So, yeah, we moved up here, 5 years ago, I think it was now? Yeah, 5 years ago, COVID. Because I just thought, the south of England, get out of it.
Yep.
Right. Anyway, so fire her up.
Let's do it.
We shouldn't need the choke, because we've already fired her up. We shouldn't need it, but there we go. This is running.
George is one of my neighbors. He's also a tree surgeon. He's very heavily in demand up here. He's brilliant at what he does. So it pays to get to know your neighbors. Up here in the far north, it's a very tight-knit community. Everyone knows everyone. And we all try to help each other out as best we can. I'm new here. I'm an immigrant, but I'm doing my best to integrate. And one of the things that I want to do is promote local businesses. George, if you can get him, because he's very high in demand, is phenomenal, and I highly recommend him. So this is the Backies. It's a wonderful little area, very secluded, just outside Anglosphere in southeastern Sutherland. It's stunning. I can hear cattle mooing miles away. Today, the atmosphere is so clear that I can see across the North Sea all the way to Nairn, I think. It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. This is, again, if you never set foot off the NC 500, you'll never discover places like this. It's calm, it's peaceful. I mean, that's Middle Earth. How the heck have we been transported to Middle Earth? My God. You know, when I was a teenager in high school, we did a production of Brigadoon, and I've never forgotten the song, The Heather on the Hill. Well, now I'm looking at it. And now I understand. air is clean. The water is clean. The environment is so quiet. This is what it is to be alive. This is what it means to be alive. And I love it so. I know that there are a lot of people who love living in big cities. That's fine. But you're never prying me away from this. I'm home. My God, I'm home. Hey kid, writing to you from 20 years in your future. You have no idea what's coming, both good and bad. In a single day, you lose your job, your career, and your marriage. You're now on your second. You stood up to your father. You escaped the cult. You fall off the wagon, become an opioid addict, lose track of how many people you sleep with, have a nervous breakdown, go to therapy, make a fortune, lose a fortune, and still crave cheese pizza. You're still battling depression. You still get the nightmares. Your CV is all over the place. You manage complex resort sales operations. You produce video games. You start your own publication. You teach yourself filmmaking. You produce and direct a movie that appears on TV and DVD in the US. Most of the people currently in your life will be elsewhere or dead within 10 years. And one of the hardest deaths yet to come will happen on your birthday. There are people you haven't met yet whom you'll never see again. There are people you haven't met yet who will curse the very mention of your name. There are people you haven't met yet whom you will care about so deeply that it hurts. There will come an accident and surgery, after which you spend months learning how to walk again. In a plot twist so statistically improbable you wouldn't believe it if you saw it in a movie, you literally move to the other side of the planet and get to live in the Scottish Highlands. The things you saw as a youth actually come true. You survive. You're clean, sober, level-headed, still a compulsive workaholic wired to win, and you know where you want to be 20 years from now. Stay the course, kid. The sum total of all your decisions leads you someplace pretty awesome.
Episode 7 is interesting because you can see the evolution of the series as we do more and more of these episodes, and we try to figure out what's the right balance of sightseeing, personal storytelling, showcasing local businesses. There is no formula to this. You know, this channel is a very unusual fusion of elements that you don't normally see put together. So some of it is a personal vlog, some of it is a business showcase, some of it's sightseeing. But you'll notice I don't really act like a tour guide in these episodes. That's not really what interests me. I mean, there are plenty of other channels on YouTube that do that. They specialize in tour guiding. Whereas for me, it's actually someone in the comments who put it best. And they said, you're highlighting Scotland. You're not selling it. And I really like that because I'm not a tour guide. What interests me is I'm building a new life here, and these places that I'm going there because they matter to me. It's part of my life journey. And as a result, hopefully it inspires you to come visit these areas. I mean, Glenloth in this episode is a perfect example. Very few people go to Glenloth, even though it's directly off the NC 500. And I would encourage you to check it out if you're ever up here, because it's very beautiful, but in a very haunting sort of way. It's difficult to explain until you actually go there in person. And also the sightseeing segment where we drive across Sutherland from the southeast to the northwest on the A838. I'm really fond of that segment. There's something about it that I really like. And also at the end of it, going up to Durness, which is this little village in the northwestern corner of Scotland. That's a special spot. I really like it up there. And that area is incredible, in part because it is fairly difficult to reach. I mean, when you're up there, that's about as remote as you can get and still have access, granted with some distance, to modern amenities. So, we also discuss a number of pertinent topics in this episode. What does it mean to live up here in the far north? Who should live up here? The balancing act of how much should be exposed versus the dangers of opening it up to the entire world. I mean, these are very real issues. So there's a lot of meat and potatoes in this one. This is episode 7 of The American Highlander. You know that scene in Skyfall where James Bond is standing at Glen Etive and everyone had the same reaction the first time they saw it? Where in Scotland is that? Bet you money you're looking at this scenery and going, where in Scotland is that? This is Loch Merkland. Welcome to the far north.
Many people around the world dream of returning to the home of their ancestors, the British Isles. At the age of 45, I fulfilled a lifelong ambition and bought my dream home in the Scottish Highlands. My name's Jason, and I live in the far north of Scotland. This is my story. Welcome to the American Highlander.
Good morning from the Scottish Highlands. We're here on the road to Durness, crossing the heart of Sutherland. It's a beautiful August day. It's about 18 degrees. It's about as perfect as it gets. And I'm not sure if the microphone can pick it up, but there's no noise. There's no noise. You know, some people ask, what's up here in the far north? This. This is what's up here. You either understand that or you don't. It's a lot of sightseeing to get to today. Let's get started. If you come up here, one of the things that you're going to say a lot is, oh my God, look at that. Every corner you turn. And if you live here, every day you're going to say, can you believe how lucky we are? So it still hasn't sunk in. This is Durness Beach. It's in the northwestern corner of Scotland. It's a really good spot to use as a base of operations for exploring this area. You've got Sandwood Bay, Cape Wrath, Smoo Cave. There's several attractions up here. So if you're driving the NC 500, you can't help but come through Durness, and I highly recommend exploring this area. It's currently about 19 degrees. It's a late August day. The ocean temperature, by the way, is 14 degrees, and I don't know if the camera can catch it, but earlier, right before we set up, there actually were some people down there in the water. Now, obviously it's a little cold, 14 degrees, but at this time of year, if you're feeling brave, you can do it. So, I love coming up here. It's stunning. The drive up here, and the scenery, and the ambiance, and the food. So let's go take a look around.
During our trip to Durness, we stopped at the Highland Scullery, which serves a range of burgers and loaded fries and occasionally seafood when it is available. We stopped here last time we came to Durness and I only had loaded fries, so this time I was looking forward to trying one of their burgers. Unfortunately for me, they had almost completely run out of food at 2 o'clock as they had been very busy and only had the loaded fries left, so that's what I went for. They came with crispy onions, chives and a homemade cheese sauce. The chips were fried to order, so this was super fresh, but I was still really hungry after. So I went and sought out cheese and toasted. My goodness, the smell as I approached this truck was just absolutely amazing. They sell a variety of different toasties such as chicken, cheese, pastrami, pizza, and drinks and homemade cake. They are also winners of the best quick bite on the NC 500. I went for the cheese and garlic toasty, which had this amazing smell as I carried it back to my seat. These are made to order, and as you can see, they look like proper comfort food, and they tasted absolutely delicious. The toast had a really lovely crunch. The cheese was super hot and stringy, and that small sprinkling of salt really enhanced the taste. However, there's only one way to truly see if this passes the comfort food test, and that's with the feedback of the expert of all things beige and fried. Not sure if you can lip read there, but that is high praise indeed. 10 out of 10.
I thought this structure in my backyard was a bird hide, but actually, I think I know what it is. It's a haggis hide. The guy at the Stag's Head Inn told me that if I stay concealed long enough, I might actually get a sighting of a rare left-footed haggis. I'm patient.
Hey, so a lot of you were asking about medical facilities, and I'm outside Lawson Memorial here in Golspie. My wife is inside. She has an injury to her big toe. Does not look particularly great, so hopefully we'll get an update on that soon. But yeah, we've got Lawson, we've got Golspie Medical Clinic here. There's facilities not too far away in Invergordon. There's Wick, which is up in Caithness. And there's Regmore, which is in Inverness. So yeah, there's medical facilities around, and I've used Golspie Medical Clinic. It's excellent, and so far here at Lawson, they've been fantastic. So if you're concerned about quality of medical service up here, it's good.
When we walked out of there, we just walked out. Procedure was done, that's it. There's no surprise bills, nothing that, ambushes you. Honey, how much paperwork did you have to do ahead of time?
I had to fill out one form.
One form?
Yeah, because I went to the doctor's I've had 2 rounds of antibiotics, and they said if it doesn't heal, I have to go to a podiatrist. And so I called up for referral, and I said it was self-referral. So I went in to refer myself, filled out a form on which I actually wrote, what is the problem? I put minging toe or something like that. And that was Thursday. Today is Tuesday. I called yesterday for follow-up because the podiatrist was on holiday last week, and I said, look, it's getting worse, can I just come in? And I said, yeah, come in Tuesday. They looked at my foot and said, yeah, we're going to sort this out now. So, and they sorted me out now.
How long was the wait?
What wait? There was no wait.
We're not making that up, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, my doctor's appointments here have always been on time, and I've had a few doctor's appointments up here, and they've always been on time, bang on time.
Yep. So, for those of you who are wondering, quality of medical care, the NHS.
Oh, yeah. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
I have nothing but positive things to say.
Exactly.
And that's just the reality of it. So you deal with that information however you want. Life is good up here. Hey, I want to give a shout out to another local business. This is a clothing company in Alness called By Sea, By Land. The owner, Ed, emailed me and said, hey, I've run this clothing company out of my house. I do all the design work myself. The printing and embroidery is done in Glasgow. would you be willing to give me a free shout out? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Because if you're a local business, I have no issue whatsoever with giving you free publicity, because that's one of the primary functions of the channel, is to support local businesses. Now, you might be wondering why I'm actually holding the microphone. I don't normally do that. And it's because I want to show off the shirt that I'm wearing. This is a by sea, by land t-shirt. Just arrived in the mail. I'm wearing it right now for the first time, and I gotta tell you, it's actually really nice. By the way, I should point out, I do not require, if you're a local business, you don't have to send me stuff for me to promote you. Like, you can literally just ask me to give you a free shout out, and I'll totally give you a free shout out. Ed was kind enough to be like, hey man, do you want to, try some of this on? And so he sent a couple of medium-sized shirts for my wife, and sent me this, which is a double XL, as well as a couple of hoodies. When we get to beanies. When we get to the winter time, I'll wear one of those. They're really, really cool. And so you don't have to send me stuff for me to give you a shout, but I want to acknowledge that yes, I did receive this, and it's very kind of him to send it, and I'm wearing it on camera because I actually genuinely like it. If I didn't like it, I'd be polite, but I wouldn't wear it on camera. So check it out. This is by sea, by land. And keep in mind, I'm a big boy, 6 feet tall, 18 stone. I'm carrying Jimmy Hoffa in my gut here. So any shirt that actually makes me look halfway presentable, I'm on board with. So by sea, by land, go check them out. I think you'll like their designs. I certainly do. And behind me is one of my favorite hidden gems here in the Highlands. Welcome to Glenloth. Glenloth has a very different feel to it. I'm not really sure I can explain it. Every time I come up here, I can't quite put my finger on it. I mean, we're alone. We're utterly alone. But I feel like I should speak softly here. The echoes of the past are very loud. If you do come up this way, let's walk respectfully, shall we? I don't think I could have done another year in a big city. I needed to get out. And they say, you know, oh, you're taking a gamble, you're leaving the big city, job opportunities, and, you know, do you really know what you're doing? No, none of us knows what we're doing. The only thing that I knew I had to do was follow the calling of my heart, because I'm too damn old to do anything else. If you're younger than me watching this, maybe even if you're a bit older, there will come a point where you go, enough. Enough of the noise, enough of the world, enough of the traffic, enough of the people, enough of it all. And then you remember what we were really put here for, which is to try to enjoy what little time we have. For the first time in my life, I'm actually enjoying it. For the first time in my life, I wake up looking forward to the day. Now that you've seen that segment about Glenloth, it's a perfect segue to talk about something that I think is actually quite important. Grab a cup of tea, put your feet up. This is going to be a long segment, I think, but it's pretty important. We need to talk about it. Recently, I posted a teaser short showing Glenloth as a coming attraction for this video. And most of the comments were, as usual, just very, very glowingly positive. But there were a couple that came in where the sentiment was, hey, it's great that you live up here and that you love living up here, but stop showing it off, because you're going to attract too much attention, too many people are going to come up here, and it's going to ruin the experience. Okay, I get it. I do actually understand the sentiment behind that sort of comment. Because here's this wide-eyed Yank who doesn't know any better, and he comes up here and innocently posts, you know, wow, look at that! And then all of a sudden you get a stampede of caravans, and it turns into the Fairy Glen on the Isle of Skye in the height of tourism season. I get it. But I think a little perspective is in order here. There is nothing that I will say or do on this channel that in any way could ever have the same kind of impact on the far north that other events which have already taken place have already had here. I mean, first off, Glenloth isn't exactly a hidden secret. It's a hidden gem, but it's not a secret. I mean, it's directly off the NC 500. It's well marked. My car's GPS tried to route me through Glenloth when I was coming home from up north the other day, rather than taking me through the Strath of Kildonan and Helmsdale. So if I can find something with a Google search in 5 seconds flat, that's not a hidden secret. Now, there are legitimately some locals-only secret areas up here that I've been introduced to that I will never film. Or if I do film them, I'm not going to tell anyone how to get there, because it really is locals only. So that you have my word on. But Glenloth isn't one of them. But it does speak to a larger issue, and that's why I'm doing this segment right now. And that issue is, how remote should the far north be? Now, I know that sounds a little strange. Geographically speaking, the far north is always going to be somewhat remote. But it used to be considerably more remote than it is now. Just in the span of my lifetime, in 1982, the Keswick Bridge was built, directly linking Inverness across the Bewley Firth to the Black Isle. In 1991, the Dornoch Firth Bridge was built, connecting Easter Ross directly into Sutherland. And 10 years ago, the NC 500 was created. That's an artificial creation designed to promote more economic activity and tourism here in the far north. It's been a bit of a mixed bag. Those 3 incidents dramatically opened up the far north and did way more to bring people up here than anything I'll ever say or do on a YouTube channel. And this is important because you would expect that with that increase in infrastructure and tourism, you would expect a commensurate increase in the number of people moving up here. Except the exact opposite has happened. The far north is depopulating. Check the records. 200 years ago, Sutherland alone had twice the number of people that it has today. Now, you might think, well, that's the Highland clearances. And to be clear, the clearances throughout Scotland were horrific. They should never be forgotten or forgiven. But that doesn't change the fact that in the decades during the clearances and thereafter, the population of Sutherland went up. What eventually caused the population to start declining is the same thing that happened to rural areas all over the planet. You have local industries collapsing. In this case, it was kelp fishing, some other industries. And you have people, in some cases, literally starving back then, who left seeking better opportunities elsewhere. That trend started in the 19th century, continued through the 20th, and is still continuing today in the 21st. And that's important because I know inflation gets all the headlines, and inflation is bad. But deflation is 10 times worse. If you've never lived through a deflationary spiral, it can happen slowly and then very quickly. Just ask the people of Detroit, what's left of them. So I am trying to stop the depopulation. I don't want a massive stampede of humanity up here. I don't think anyone would want that where they live. But I also don't want the far north to slowly but surely turn into a scaled up version of the ruins of Glenloth. Now, this brings us to a larger and more sensitive question that everyone's kind of danced around and nobody really wants to address it. But we're going to address it here and now. Who are the right people to live here in the Highlands? I'll answer that question for you. People who are willing to integrate and give more than they take. That's it. That's all it is. Are you willing to integrate into the local culture and preserve it and carry it forward? And do you give more than you take economically and from the social safety net? I'm an immigrant. These are my responsibilities. And I believe it's important for any immigrant to honor those responsibilities wherever they go. And I bring this up because I think the far north and the depopulation crisis that's happening here will slow down and stop and possibly reverse because of something that's coming. It's already starting a little bit, and it's going to accelerate. And I don't see that many people talking about it. It's the great wealth transfer. I'm Gen X. We're a small generation. Millennials are a much larger generation, and the oldest millennials are now in their mid-40s. They're going to begin inheriting money, estates, etc. from their parents. Now, some of those people are white-collar professionals who can work 100% remote. And they're going to do what I did. They're going to look around and go, well, how far can my money go? And the reality is, in the United Kingdom, if you're under the age of 40, you're basically permanently priced out of home ownership in this country. That's just the reality. Unless you inherit. That's important because in the US, half of all economic activity in that country is driven by the top 10% of the population. I'm not saying it's stable, I'm saying it's reality. And the reality here is that all you have to do is look further south at the population gains that they're seeing from inward migration, not from people like me who managed to make it from the outside world, just inward migration here in the UK, who have moved from further south into places like Morayshire and the greater Inverness area. Look at how the population numbers have climbed there and look at what it's done to real estate valuations. The same thing is coming for the far north because of the great wealth transfer. And it will be driven by two factors. One is climate change. Whether you agree with global warming or not is irrelevant. Enough people agree with it and are experiencing it firsthand, myself included, to go, the climate bands are shifting, I better move closer to the poles in order to buy myself some time and get ahead of the curve. And that feeds directly into the second factor, which is real estate pricing. The further north you go, the cheaper things get. And I understand that cheap is a very relative term here. I'm using it very loosely. But take a look at that house behind me. A 4-bedroom detached house with acreage. I paid £360,000 for it. I guarantee you, you move this anywhere further south, you might as well just slap a 1 in front of that number, at least. That's the reality. I can't afford that. Most people can't afford that. But the great wealth transfer is going to drive more people up here. And I think it's going to stabilize the population numbers. So my message to them, to anyone moving up here to the far north, is that it must be preserved. Because it is extremely unique. More so than I think you realize. The far north of Scotland, and for the purposes of this video, I'm defining the far north as Sutherland, Caithness, Shetland, Orkney, the Outer Hebrides, and possibly parts of Ross-shire, is an extremely unique area. First off, it's a climate oasis. But secondly, it's not like the rest of the United Kingdom. Heck, it's not even like the rest of Scotland. The Romans never penetrated this far north. The Anglo-Saxons never penetrated this far north. The historic heritage of the far north is Pictish, Gaelic, and Nordic. I mean, keep in mind, Orkney and Shetland used to be part of the Kingdom of Norway until 1472. And Sutherland is called Sutherland because to the Vikings, it was the southern land. So it's a very different heritage up here, and it's an extremely unique fusion of Northwestern European cultures that I haven't found anywhere else in the world. You know, some of you have asked in the comments, do I have Scottish descent myself? Yeah, I do. And I also have a Norwegian surname. As a result, this place, the far north, is very appealing to me on multiple levels. It's my home. And I want to see this delicate fusion of Northwestern cultures preserved in this area. That matters to me, because when it's gone forever. And so anyone who moves up here, I really want to drive home the point that yes, it's wonderful, yes, it's magical, and yes, you have a responsibility as an immigrant to integrate and preserve it and give back and carry it forward. Living up here, I've tried to put words to the feeling that living up here evokes. It's like those passages that Tolkien wrote about elves living at the end of Middle-earth, watching the rapid changes in the world around them and seeing what's coming. A lot of you have asked in the comments, how can you be so positive? Don't you see the headlines and what's happening all around you? Yeah, I do. Of course I do. It's one of the big reasons I moved up here, is to get away from all of that as best I can. Here, in this beautiful place, it is like the elves at the end of Middle-earth. And if you understand that, and you want to cherish it, then it's a great place to live. A lot of people have commented, yeah, sure, it's beautiful up there right now, but wait until winter. As if I'm some sweet summer child who's never gone through a winter in his life. I moved up here last winter. Winter is my favorite time of year. I'll be just fine. Yeah, you say that now, but we'll see you in 6 months. I'll see you in 6 months. Because I'll still be here. And every now and then someone will comment, oh, you're cherry picking the best scenes where it's, perfect sunny weather. Yeah, because I clearly control the weather. I have that kind of power. No, it just really is that beautiful up here. And granted, yes, this is a drought year, and yes, it is quite sunny. But that's the reality. Climate bands are shifting. It's one of the big reasons I moved up here. That ain't gonna stop. I just got in ahead of the curve for once. You know what? Let's go get some damn lunch.
I normally do my own cooking at home, but sometimes, rather than subject myself to Jason's cooking, which is less cordon bleu and more cordoned off, we head to the Anglosphere Inn. This 200-year-old former coaching inn prides itself on good quality homemade food and also has some high quality comfortable rooms for those wishing to stay the night during their NC 500 adventure. It is also home to Scotland's oldest postbox. All postboxes in the UK carry the insignia of the monarch at the time it was installed. The VR here stands for Victoria Regina, Queen Victoria. I really love the food here. The menus are quite varied and the specials board always has some really interesting dishes on offer. Every time we come here, I promise myself that I won't eat too much and I will leave room for their sticky toffee pudding. Every time we come here, I eat too much and I leave without the sticky toffee pudding. So let's see how we get on today, shall we? This is a daily specials board which has an emphasis on locally sourced food. It was a Sunday, so there are a couple of roast options available, and if I had noticed the venison sausages and mash at the time, I would definitely have had that. Venison is my favourite meat. This is their regular menu with some familiar items and also the rather Scottish Highlands skink. They also have a small but varied wine list. The wines here do look quite good, but I decided to stick to soft drinks for today. They also have a well-stocked bar serving the usual suspects, plus some more local tipple. Whilst we wait for our food, let me quickly show you the pub garden where you can sit and eat and or drink if you feel so inclined. There really is nothing quite like sitting outside on a warm day and eating your lunch, especially when the air is as fresh as it is up here. This is their recently refurbished dining room, which has a very light and airy atmosphere, and this is my company for lunch today. Never mind it. For starters, Jason had the mozzarella sticks, which looked quite good. I went for my favourite, cod goujons. These are very hot, and I was only just about able to pick them up with my fingertips. They also came with a really lovely lemon mayonnaise. They were delicious, crispy, and very hot, and the cod tasted really fresh. Regular viewers may remember Jason's health confession from episode 5, where here is part of his attempt to eat a more varied diet. He really does love the salad, doesn't he? Look at him. For the main main course, Jason had vegan chicken wings with garlic bread, and I went for the chicken pie. For me, the crust really does make a pie, and I love puff pastry, even if this one does seem to be like a brain. Anyway, this pie did not disappoint, and the chicken in the pie was fresh and juicy and tasted absolutely delicious, and it was so tender. There was also really good vegetable selection and some homemade chips as well. Jason's vegan chicken wings were cooked fresh and the coating was really crispy and hot. Jason seemed to enjoy them. He said that they were just like the real thing, as if he would know. Anyway, with our meal done, guess what? We once again left without sticky toffee pudding.
When I was a kid, I used to read books about Middle-earth, Narnia. I'd watch fantasy movies, I'd play escapist video games, Myst, Ultima, Dragon Age. I guess I was just, I don't know, looking for some bit of escapism. I think that what I kept quiet was in the back of my mind. I hoped that somehow, if I just focused hard enough, the image that I saw in my mind's eye would come true. I'd stumble into an ancient circle of stones when the moon and the stars are aligned just right, and a magic moon gate would open up and whisk me away to some distant fantasy land. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy, isn't it? The world will do everything it can to beat that dream out of you. The world is wrong. Hold on to that dream. The price tag is high. The price tag for your new life is your old life. But Fantasyland is real. And as Joe Straczynski once wrote, there can always be new beginnings, even for people like us. My name is Jason. I'm a former drug addict, a former alcoholic. I battle demons that shout at me every day. And I'm building a new life here in Fantasyland, in the Scottish Highlands. And it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. Until next time. Thanks for watching The American Highlander. Take care. Episode 8 of The American Highlander is kind of interesting because it answers one of, I would say, the top 5, maybe even top 3 questions that I've gotten since moving up here, which is medical care. Access to all things medical care. That is a big priority that a lot of people have asked about. And it's understandable because my audience, 90% of the people who watch this channel are my age and up. So we're talking Gen X, boomers, silent generation. And yeah, as you get older, access to quality medical care becomes more and more important. And everything is a trade-off. When you live rural, you are living further away from a lot of medical amenities. So with an aging population and a shrinking birth rate, all things medical care, this is a major political hot button topic that has no easy answers. And so in this episode, we do go into this quite a bit. Long story short, southeastern Sutherland and being here in Anglosphere, it's to me the Goldilocks zone. It's just far enough away from civilization, but still close enough to have access to major amenities such as medical facilities. So your mileage may vary, but for my money, this is a good balance of the two. Also in this episode, we spend a little bit more time here around Goolsby. In particular, the sequence at the end at Karen Leah is one that I really like. You're never quite sure how something's going to turn out when you're filming. I'm completely self-taught as a filmmaker. And so, I'm editing in my head as I'm filming. But even so, you never really know what you're going to get until you're done with the edit and you sit and look at it. And for some reason, this one really turned out well. It turned out better than I thought it would. Karen Leah is spectacular, and you should check it out. It's right off the NC 500. And I wanted to go in there. I wanted to take a look at it, and it's definitely worth it. So, quite a lot happening in this episode. And my wife also, as a fun segment that she filmed when we were at the Goolsby Inn. The Goolsby Inn is one of our favorite spots to have lunch, and we filmed there a few times in the course of this series, and with luck we'll film there quite a bit more because we do really like it there. So, this is episode 8 of the American Highlander. Oh wow.
Many people around the world dream of returning to the home of their ancestors, the British Isles. At the age of 45, I fulfilled a lifelong ambition and bought my dream home in the Scottish Highlands. My name's Jason, and I live in the far north of Scotland. This is my story. Welcome to the American Highlander.
I've tried to put words to the feeling that living up here evokes. It's like those passages that Tolkien wrote about elves living at the end of Middle-earth, watching the rapid changes in the world around them and seeing what's coming. A lot of you have asked in the comments, how can you be so positive? Don't you see the headlines and what's happening all around you? Yeah, I do. Of course I do. It's one of the big reasons I moved up here, is to get away from all of that as best I can. Here, in this beautiful place, it is like the elves at the end of Middle-earth. And if you understand that, and you want to cherish it, then it's a great place to live. Good afternoon from the Scottish Highlands. It's currently the first week of September. It's a gorgeous sunny day here in the far north, about 19 degrees. I mean, it's about as perfect as it gets. It really is. So in this episode, we've got some more sightseeing to do. And as you saw in the opening teaser, we've got some tree surgery going on. So that's really cool. I can't wait for you to see this footage. Quick bit of housekeeping before we dive in. 99% of the comments that I get on this channel are overwhelmingly positive. Seriously, it's over 99%, and I'm really grateful to you guys. 1% is off the deep end, but it's the internet, that's to be expected. But every now and then, you get a comment that's just so wackadoodle that you're like, really? What is going on in your head? In this case, this guy who commented, I don't know if I can follow you because I need to know where you stand on certain issues first. What? Okay. I'm not playing that game. I'm not going to be subjected to a purity test for your entertainment. This is a personal vlog. I mean, yes, it is a showcase for the far north of Scotland. And yes, I am doing my best to showcase local businesses up here. But it is a personal vlog. It is my story, which you have clicked onto. If you like what I have to offer, awesome. If not, that's cool. There's a million other channels on here. Most of them are hosted by people who are younger, thinner, better looking, have better names, spikier hair, and they're less grumpy. But to insist that I have to be somehow magically, perfectly, ideologically aligned with you for you to enjoy this? Get out of here with that. Just, no. And by the way, if you're one of those people who just heard that and is like, you need to pick a side, you're chickening out, go away. Just go away. For the rest of you, let's say we get on with the show, shall we? We had some pretty awesome tree surgery, so why don't we start there? Let's get back to that. Purity test. Jesus. Scotland is absolutely beautiful, but there are day-to-day pragmatic realities that have to be dealt with. For instance, in the aftermath of Storm Florence, there are a lot of trees that got knocked over and they have to be removed.
I think both of them are. Yeah. Well, you may save that.
Well, might save the beach, we might be able to roll that around. But yeah, they're not very nice. Widow makers.
So, welcome back, Mr. George Kitching.
Literally run. Yeah.
What is going on here?
Well, we've got 3 trees that are hung up in this one pine tree here, so they're all under tension. The problem we have is the tree that's holding up the 3 trees is starting to lean, and has the potential to fall down to our left. But also we have to remember is because the root plates over there are up in the air, as the vibrations happen, that can make the whole trees drop and sink. So they're technically what we call widow makers. Yeah, and so they're freaking lethal because you can't quite tell how the tension is going through the wood and things like that. So, and it, that, and the pine is shifting. It was actually straight up, and it's now got more of a lean to it because of the 3 trees that are pushing on it. We've got rid of the lower one, and we now need to either fell the pine and let those other 2 drop, or we've got to get the other 2 off it, and we've got to try and work out the best way of doing it.
1 to 10. Like, how complex is this particular task today?
It's up there because you're not quite sure how things are going to react. So it's making sure that you've got clear spaces around the bottom of the trees, so you've got a good place to leg it. Just little things like that make all the difference, and you've just got to be alert and just be really alert and stand back, and be ready to run or push someone out of the way, really, because you can never, you just can't tell exactly what's going to happen. I mean, this tree isn't too bad, but it has got a snap out at the top, so the weight's in a different place from where it should be, but we need that out of that tree out of the way, and possibly another one to get the main 3 that we're dealing with, so it's not just a question of go in and hack away. It's just do it bit by bit. So if someone's cutting, you're never quite sure what's going to happen, so you have to be ready to either dive in, get them out of the way, or just run like She's snapping! She's going! She's going! Right, Ross! Yeah. Yes.
Go for a beer.
Go for a beer and smoke. Well done, man. That was a good one.
Hey, so a lot of you were asking about medical facilities, and I'm outside Lawson Memorial here in Anglosphere. My wife is inside. She has an injury to her big toe. Does not look particularly great, so hopefully we'll get an update on that soon. But yeah, we've got Lawson, we've got Goldsby Medical Clinic here. There's facilities not too far away in Invergordon. There's Wick, which is up in Caithness. And there's Regmore, which is in Inverness. So yeah, there's medical facilities around. And I've used Goldsby Medical Clinic. It's excellent. And so far here at Lawson, they've been fantastic. So if you're concerned about quality of medical service up here, it's good. When we walked out of there, we just walked out. Procedure was done, that's it. There's no surprise bills, nothing that, you know, ambushes you. Honey, how much paperwork did you have to do ahead of time?
I had to fill out one form.
One form?
Yeah, because I went to the doctor's I've had 2 rounds of antibiotics, and they said if it doesn't heal, I have to go to a podiatrist. And so I called up for referral, and I said it was self-referral. So I went in to refer myself, filled out a form on which I actually wrote what is the problem. I put minging toe or something like that. And that was Thursday. Today is Tuesday. I called yesterday for follow-up because the podiatrist was on holiday last week, and I said, look, it's getting worse, can I just come in? And I said, yeah, come in Tuesday. They looked at my foot and said, yeah, we're going to sort this out now. So, and they sorted me out now.
How long was the wait?
What wait? There was no wait.
We're not making that up, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, my doctor's appointments here have always been on time, and I've had a few doctor's appointments up here, and they've always been on time, bang on time.
Yep. So, for those of you who are wondering, quality of medical care, oh, the NHS.
Oh, yeah. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
I have nothing but positive things to say.
Exactly.
And that's just the reality of it. So you deal with that information however you want. Life is good up here.
So I just got my prescription refilled at the Goldsby Pharmacy just down the road. It was free. Last week I got my eyes examined. It was free. I could go on, but you get the idea. It's the NHS. I would say one of the top 5 questions that I've been asked since starting this channel is healthcare. Everything to do with healthcare. What is the NHS like? What is healthcare in general like in the United Kingdom? How easy is it to access? My own personal opinions and experiences. So, okay, you guys really want to know about healthcare over here. Long story short, it's better. So if you have a knee-jerk disagreement with that, that's cool, just skip this section. My personal experience with the NHS, both in England and in Scotland, has been phenomenal. Single-payer healthcare, the way it works, is all taxpayers pay into a social safety net. So then when you actually need these services, it's there, it's done, you're set. It is the way pretty much every Western country works, with the exception of the United States. Remember that, because we're going to get back to that point in a moment. Now, are there flaws in the NHS? Absolutely. One of the biggest issues, and this isn't unique to the NHS, this is something that every Western nation that has single-payer healthcare has to confront, is a 1-2 punch of aging demography. People are just getting older, coupled with a drop in the birth rate below the replacement rate. So you just don't have enough young people being born, growing up, becoming taxpayers themselves to fund the social safety net that older people who have more medical issues on average are pulling from. We don't have an economic model for how to structure a healthcare system or an economy in general when you have fewer people being born into each subsequent generation. But we're all going to figure it out real fast because it's a problem everyone's dealing with right now. So at the moment, the NHS is under tremendous strain. It's estimated we need something like another 50,000 nurses and another 10,000 doctors just to keep pace with where we're at right now. And as the population ages, you can tell which direction that's going to move in. So there are very real issues. Another issue is, it's a little bit delicate. The UK is very generous with who they give NHS services to. Obviously, it should be available to all British citizens. And, you know, if you're an immigrant like me who's come in, you've paid your way in, and you pay more than you take out. I don't really want to dive too far into that because this isn't a geopolitics channel, much as I'm tempted to make it one sometimes. Suffice to say, there's very well documented statistics on different costs with the NHS, and you should probably look those up. Now, in terms of my personal experience, it has been phenomenal. In the UK, you can go private if you want to. My wife has access to private coverage, and through her, I have access to it if I need it. But I've been very happy with the NHS. And to give you one shining example of this, by the way, I don't know if you can hear it. Those are Eurofighter Typhoon jets flying overhead. Let's go, boys. So, I'm massive military supporter, and that's all I'll say about that. Military good. The beauty of what the NHS has done for me, I dealt with migraines since I was a teenager, and no one in the US was able to help me with it. I saw doctor after doctor after doctor over a period of decades. Frankly, the only thing the US could do was turn me into an opioid addict. That was not an easy habit to break, let me tell you. I come over here, and the first specialist I'm speaking to is like, oh, have you tried a beta blocker? I'm like, what? So that's this prescription. And it was like somebody flipped a light switch. Like my migraines went from crippling to gone overnight. I'm like, really? Something this simple, and no one in the US was able to help me with that? So that's my personal story. But there's another personal story that I think a lot of people watching this can relate to, and it's the core of why I prefer socialized medicine. In the US, you are subject to price gouging. You are. The medical system is run for profit. I was, at the time, a completely healthy US citizen. I didn't have liver disease at the time, and I was paying just under $500 a month. Then I had a massive deductible on top of that, and then you've got co-pays and what have you. It gets to the point where you're going, what the heck am I paying for? It just feels like extortion with no return for the money that is being spent. That's where I have an issue with American medical care. It's not necessarily with the quality of the care in general, it's the price gouging. To me, that's unconscionable. I mean, in the US, 1 out of every 4 GoFundMes is for unpaid medical bills. 1 out of every $3 that's contributed is towards unpaid medical bills. That's insanity. So, I'm not saying the NHS is perfect. I'm just saying that it has to be better than the alternative, and it is. A lot of people have commented, yeah, sure, it's beautiful up there right now, but wait until winter. As if I'm some sweet summer child who's never gone through a winter in his life. I moved up here last winter. Winter is my favorite time of year. I'll be just fine. Yeah, you say that now, but we'll see you in 6 months. I'll see you in 6 months. Because I'll still be here. And every now and then someone will comment, oh, you're cherry picking the best scenes where it's, perfect sunny weather. Yeah, because I clearly control the weather. I have that kind of power. No, it just really is that beautiful up here. And granted, yes, this is a drought year, and yes, it is quite sunny. But that's the reality. Climate bands are shifting. It's one of the big reasons I moved up here. That ain't gonna stop. I just got in ahead of the curve for once. You know what? Let's go get some damn lunch.
normally do my own cooking at home, but sometimes, rather than subject myself to Jason's cooking, which is less cordon bleu and more cordoned off, we head to the Anglosphere Inn. This 200-year-old former coaching inn prides itself on good quality homemade food and also has some high quality comfortable rooms for those wishing to stay the night during their NC 500 adventure. It is also home to Scotland's oldest postbox. All postboxes in the UK carry the insignia of the monarch at the time it was installed. The VR here stands for Victoria Regina, Queen Victoria. I really love the food here. The menus are quite varied and the specials board always has some really interesting dishes on offer. Every time we come here, I promise myself that I won't eat too much and I will leave room for their sticky toffee pudding. Every time we come here, I eat too much and I leave without the sticky toffee pudding. So let's see how we get on today, shall we? This is a daily specials board which has an emphasis on locally sourced food. It was a Sunday, so there are a couple of roast options available, and if I had noticed the venison sausages and mash at the time, I would definitely have had that. Venison is my favourite meat. This is their regular menu with some familiar items and also the rather Scottish Highlands skink. They also have a small but varied wine list. The wines here do look quite good, but I decided to stick to soft drinks for today. They also have a well-stocked bar serving the usual suspects, plus some more local tipple. Whilst we wait for our food, let me quickly show you the pub garden where you can sit and eat and or drink if you feel so inclined. There really is nothing quite like sitting outside on a warm day and eating your lunch, especially when the air is as fresh as it is up here. This is their recently refurbished dining room, which has a very light and airy atmosphere, and this is my company for lunch today. Never mind it. For starters, Jason had the mozzarella sticks, which looked quite good. I went for my favourite, cod goujons. These are very hot, and I was only just about able to pick them up with my fingertips. They also came with a really lovely lemon mayonnaise. They were delicious, crispy, and very hot, and the cod tasted really fresh. Regular viewers may remember Jason's health confession from episode 5, where here is part of his attempt to eat a more varied diet. He really does love the salad, doesn't he? Look at him. For the main course, Jason had vegan chicken wings with garlic bread, and I went for the chicken pie. For me, the crust really does make a pie, and I love puff pastry, even if this one does seem to be like a brain. Anyway, this pie did not disappoint. And the chicken in the pie was fresh and juicy and tasted absolutely delicious, and it was so tender. There was also a really good vegetable selection and some homemade chips as well. Jason's vegan chicken wings were cooked fresh and the coating was really crispy and hot. Jason seemed to enjoy them. He said that they were just like the real thing, as if he would know. Anyway, with our meal done, guess what? We once again left without sticky toffee pudding.
This is Cairn Lea. This is an amazing Iron Age settlement that's been excavated, and it's a reminder of the many thousands of years that humanity has lived in these environs. If you're into archaeological tourism like I am, this is a gold mine, because you can just walk right in. Now, you should treat it respectfully, of course, but a few years ago, I went to Stonehenge when I was living in England, and it was great, but it was roped off. You couldn't actually go up to the stones. Whereas here, this is right off the side of the A9. You can just walk right in. You can see it, smell it, touch it. You can hear the waves lapping against the shore. You can feel the sunlight on your skin here. It's not just something in a history textbook, it's real. And at the risk of sounding a little esoteric, the far north of Scotland has some of the oldest rock on Earth. And if you listen carefully, it still has a voice.
I'm the nerdy kid you bullied at school. I'm the sensitive kid you abused at home. I'm the geek you never picked for the team. I'm the quiet introvert you didn't hire. I'm just another face in the crowd who wasn't supposed to make it. To anyone hearing this who thinks your life will never get better, it can.